Oh, yeah.
Friday. You missed it.
What, huh?
Next one.
We were laughing about
Well, we missed you.
I'll take my word off. I know.
If it gets out of control down there, we'll chill at the end. Just let me know. There he is. I dress up a little bit, right? Try, you know?
Good, how you doing? Oh my God. Sorry?
Bruins, man, they're gonna win the cup, man. I'm telling you. It's done in the worst way. It's gonna kill me, man. I'm gonna have to hear it from my wife forever.
Do this.
You follow hockey, though? Dad grew up around the sport.
Yeah, right.
Being from New York, growing up there, and that still carries my. I hate 'em.
Part of growing up?
Yeah.
I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, May 28th, 2019 at 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Alahouzes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Terapany.
Here.
Commissioner Sieber,
Here.
Commissioner Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Donovan.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Melody Kidd from the Crystal Beach Community Church. If you please stand and remain standing for the national anthem performed by the Strings, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
O God, source of all, we come before you this evening giving thanks for life's blessings. We ask your hand of favor be upon our city and our community, and that all hearts would be unified and minds be restored to do what is most prudent for this community of Tarpon Springs. Tonight, may the walls be broken down and communication established according to your way of love tonight, O God. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. On behalf of myself and the Board of Commissioners, I would like to thank the Strings for their performance this evening. The Strings are a group of high school students who showcase their talent volunteering for local organizations and charities. And the members are Megan Cox, Madeline McCurry, Isabel Lebron, Nomikos Skoutelis, Nick Stephan, Candice Doroteo, Skylar Close, and Savannah Hildebrand. I also like to thank Mrs. Stephan for organizing this performance tonight. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very, very much. Before we go to the public comments, I have an announcement to make that item number 10, which is the ordinance 2019-10, ordinance 2019-11, application 1877 has been deferred to June 11th, 2019, regular session. And now we go to the public comments of the items that will not be discussed tonight. If you have any comments, please come forward, state your name and your address for the record. You'll be given 4 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Acting City Manager, and Board of Commissioners. Now that summer's here, our municipal beach has really become very popular. And I rode out there Saturday and Sunday. We need to have somebody from the city out there. The parking is horrendous. They're stopping on the backside of parked cars to watch the sunset. Cars can't get around, and there's children running all around, and it's a little frightening that children can get hit. Also, there's open can containers of beer, people walking around with it, and we're not supposed to have that at our municipal beach. I can see a need to have an employee out there on weekends because it is very popular, and it is a beautiful beach that we have, but we've just become overpopulated. So there is a problem, and you know, if y'all want to see it yourself or monitor, but we need some help out there with people being able to drive around safely and pedestrians walking, and the parking of the trailers and the cars waiting to bring their boats in out of the water.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Here none. Thank you. The first item on the agenda, Commissioner Carr will read the proclamation of the National Foster Care Month.
Thanks, Mayor. City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, proclamation. Whereas we all have a responsibility as individuals, neighbors, community members, and citizens of Tarpon Springs to help create healthy, nourishing, and safe experiences for children. And whereas National Foster Care Month is a time to reflect on the foster caregivers and child welfare professionals who are dedicated to help and keep children safe from abuse and neglect. And whereas foster care families who open their homes to children and to make a positive difference in their lives deserve respect, devotion, and support in their communities. And whereas there is a need for more families to volunteer in the foster care system to serve children who are unable to remain at home through no fault of their own. And whereas the City of Tarpon Springs supports organizations that strengthen families and provide the optimal environment for children to learn, grow, and thrive so that all children have the benefit of happy, healthy, and safe homes. Now, therefore, I, Commissioner Jacob Carr, by the virtue of the authority vested in the Mayor of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 2019 as National Foster Care Month and recognize that we all can play a part in enhancing the lives of children and youth in our foster care. And this will be mailed.
Thank you.
I had a couple comments to make also, Mayor, if that's all right.
Yeah. Are there any commissioner comments? Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I have multiple friends that really have a passion to be foster parents, and they are foster parents, and it's great to see the individuals in our community because there's the one thing that's heartbreaking to see in our towns and communities is the children have to grow up with parents that aren't at home, or abusive parents, or parents that are drug addicts. So it really is a blessing to see some of these families that are able to step up and help the community and really come together as a community to make and change a trajectory in a child's life that could really have an impact on the future generations for many, many years to come. And in the proclamation, it referred to that we all can have an impact in some way. And yes, we don't all have the time to become foster parents. Similar to how the Cops and Kids came about, and how we have an impact as a city and the police department with the Cops and Kids and the Union Academy neighborhood, we all have an opportunity to have and speak life into children. So I would like to encourage the city residents and the people that are here tonight, any opportunity you have to speak life and to speak encouragement into a child's life, don't pass that opportunity up, because you never know what word might be the encouraging word to help that individual break a habit of a family generational issue and come out of that to make a really impact in the community and potentially become a commissioner at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commission comment? Are there any public comments on this item? Here none. Item number 2 is presentation. The historic signplex by Karen Lemons, Economic Development Manager.
Thank you very much. Before we start with that, though, I wanted to just show you a couple things hopefully you saw over the weekend, but a little update on our Explore Tarpon Springs campaign. We had our second advertorial that ran in the Sunday Tampa Bay Times. This was a half-page section that's in the market link. So this one is on nature and recreation. So we showcased all the fun things you can do outside during the summer. And then we also had the insert that runs in the last Sunday of the Tampa Bay Times. That was in there too. A lot of local advertising that's done by our local businesses. And on this one, we highlighted the photo contest, since there's one more week to go for the photo contest. And then the last is our new ad. This was put in the Beacon newspaper, put in a summer lifestyle section that was sent to 52,000 households throughout Trinity and West Pasco areas, and we put an ad in there. And this was a partnership between the Chamber, the city, and the Merchants Association. We all split this a third of the cost. So we're doing as much as we can to keep our advertising up and leveraging our dollars. So I just wanted to point those out to you. Okay, so what we have in our backup, we've been talking about historic walking tours. And as you know, we have a historic walking tour of the Greektown and Sponge Docks area. That's a mobile app that was created, I believe, 2 years ago with a grant. And it showcases 10 spots throughout the Greektown area, going from the Sponge Docks up to the Greek Orthodox Church and the Epiphany site at Craig Park. So we were talking about doing something like that downtown with all the buildings and placing something on the buildings that would showcase what the buildings used to look like and what they were used for way back when. And in doing so, I found one of our local business owners, Judy Fallon, who is here tonight, had done some posters several years ago when downtown, it was the Historical Society, put on a history day downtown, and she had created 18 posters for the downtown buildings for that event. And so we found those. We have all those digitally, and they also have collages, one for the downtown and one for the Sponge Docks. I know that's all on your materials. Those were done, again, by Judy several years ago when we had a lot of vacant buildings downtown, and we wanted to cover up the storefront windows, and she had done those, and they were big, large banners that hung. So we thought those would make a good 24 by 48 interpretive displays that we could put one downtown and one at the Sponge Docks. So tonight, before we go any further, and it's really preliminary, but wanted to just show you. This was one of the posters. This would be about the size, and this is what it looked like. people who can see this. So before we go any further, we just wanted to have a discussion on if this is something that you all like and would like to see on buildings, because there's a lot more than just the 18 buildings that you have shown in your backup downtown. There's ones on North Pinellas. We could put these on the Sponge Docks and the Greektown area buildings. Tina Bugavalis, who was the curator before she retired here a few months ago, also put together a nice recording of all of the historic buildings that we can also use. So there's a lot more than just those 18. But again, before we move further, I really want to have a discussion. If this is what you all like, we can start moving forward on this. We haven't talked to the business owners yet, the property owners yet. Again, we wanted to reach out to you and get some thoughts and ideas from you on this. We do have, we found material, it's a heavy-duty aluminum, and as you can see, the printing is real nice on there. It's UV printed and it's UV laminated, so it would be, it's made for extended wear outdoors on buildings. So we have the material that we would like to use and the posters. And again, we can do some tweaking on all of this, but we wanted to just reach out, talk to you, see if you like the idea. We could extend that walking tour then from Sponge Docks to the downtown, which is what we've been trying to do, and up and down North Pinellas Avenue. We can create brochure with this. We can put it on the website. We could do the QR code and maybe even develop an app out of it. So before we move in too far of a direction, we wanted to get some consensus from you on the ideas of putting plaques on buildings, and then also on the interpretive display signs that obviously can use a lot more text and pictures that we could put throughout the areas that would describe larger areas, for example, Greektown or the Sponge Docks, and give a little bit more history than just what can be put on a building plaque. So with that, I just welcome your thoughts and ideas.
Okay. Ms. Lemon, thank you for the presentation, for bringing this forward. I think it's a great idea to showcase our buildings. And as you said, we need to include all the other buildings down at the Sunset Beach, the Spring Bayou, the packaging houses that we have. I think we have several that we need to do that. The Greektown, the All Fill Up the Husk, that'll be a good place to take a look. Our historical society, who is doing an outstanding job, they're promoting and preserving and educating the residents and the visitors. They have a lot of good, they have an excellent collection of photographs and information on every building that we have in town. I think it's a very good idea to start and work with them to make sure that the information that we'll put in on the plaque is actually correct. That needs to be validated. It's very important that the information that goes on there is important. The last thing we want is to be incorrect and send a bunch of false. I know that, and I spoke to our city attorney, that some kind of an agreement it has to be in place in order for the city to be in compliance with that, and I'm going to ask our city attorney to explain how's that going to work.
Right, so obviously there's consent is necessary for each one of these building plaques to be installed. I've discussed this with Kieran a week or so ago about preparing this agreement. The way I see the agreement is that it would be obviously written, it would be recorded probably in the public record, so that if property ownership changes, we can make sure that we're protected. But we would have to have an agreement that would address things such as the location on the building, in addition to the consent, giving the city access to install it, giving the city access to maintain it. And there would have to be an agreement that it would not be removed for a set number of years, whether it be 5 years or 10 years. And obviously, those are just the big topic items, but those are things that we would have to address to make sure that the expenditure of public dollars it does not go away with a change in the ownership of the property.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Karen. I'm so excited because this is something we've talked about and been working towards a long time. And I think it would be the beginning of my self-guided tour that I've been talking about for years between the downtown and the docks, where we could add some benches and shading. And I know that Tina has her app But I know in other cities there are tours that are self-guided where they have maps or brochures, and we could do that at both chambers and then also have them in the businesses, because I get the question all the time, how do I get to the bayou? How do I get to the docks? And we can show them on the little maps that we have now. But, guiding them in a certain direction or having a path, I think would be great. And then these historic signs would really enhance that. So I'm looking forward to working more in the future with that.
Vice Mayor Terrapini.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen. I think this is definitely something worth running with. I know that this has come from some direction from the board, which I'm glad that you acted on the board's behalf for that. To echo some of the mayor's comments, and also just hearing from residents in the past when these plaques or posters, I guess, were generated. I definitely think it's appropriate to check some of the historical accuracies and inaccuracies that are displayed or quoted on some of those posters. And probably a great way to do that is to actually visit with some of the property owners, being that they've owned some of those properties for a long time. So I would, definitely verify some of the content, and then obviously talking to the property owners, I think is a must. And when you do talk to the property owners, I would just recommend that you had some form of, a draft agreement or an idea of a draft agreement with the city attorney before you go and meet with them. But I think it's worthy to keep on moving forward.
Commissioner Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to echo the same as the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioner have said also about the accuracy with the information on these. I do want to talk about, or at least give you some direction and recommendations about the signs themselves. I think it would be probably respectable to the area to have some type of cast metal sign that you could slip the piece of aluminum or bolt a piece of aluminum to, because then you could have some type of historic design at the top with Tarpon Springs or established in X date or something along those lines. And then you drop the informational piece on top of that cast piece of metal. Because if it's just a square piece of aluminum, it might not keep in character with the building or within the district itself. So that would be one of my recommendations. Another recommendation would be to avoid the pictures that have a big arrow that points to an area that says "you are here." A couple examples would be like the 218 East Tarpon Ave and the 134 East Tarpon Ave. You really can't see the building. I would prefer, if we're going to be putting pictures, that we have pictures of the actual building, not like the pictures of the roofs. I think that's going to be best for the residents and the visitors of our city to see, and if we can't find any, then we could come up with some other ideas of how to put a historic picture there and also capture some history of the building itself. I do love this idea. Since I was elected, this is one of the items that I brought up for discussion multiple times across the city. I've also brought up the fact that we had one of the original Publixes on Pinellas Avenue, which is across from the Shepherd Center, and most recently it was a pawn shop for many years. I think some people have seen on Facebook as well the old picture of the Publix and some of the old pictures of inside. So to capture some of that history and to share it with the next generation that's coming up, the people that are moving to Tarpon Springs that are retiring from up north, and not to lose a lot of this history that we have with a lot of the old timers that have been passing away. I think it's important to capture a lot of this history to the areas and put it in the areas that we're walking in and throughout the weeks. Another thing I want to make sure I support too is the walking map, an interactive walking map of the historic walk of the buildings in between the downtown and the sponge docks. I think that was a great idea Commissioner Seabury brought up about making sure that happens, and I think Vice Mayor brought it up as well. I do want to talk about a couple other items that maybe that coincide with this, and this could be the mayor brought up about Sunset Beach and a couple of areas of the town, and we talked about doing some larger cast signs that you see. There's one down in the sponge docks, I believe, and there's one at Rose Cemetery. And I think that would be an opportunity to kind of work together with those two projects to see if we could also expand that out to get those going as well. But then also from the standpoint, but not putting a sign on the property itself, but maybe putting a sign out by the sidewalk. If we could get, like an example would be the Tarpon Inn. As you get towards the end of Tarpon Avenue towards the bayou, you could have a picture of what the Tarpon Inn used to look like when it was on fire, and then some also descriptions of what a loss it was and how big it was. It was rebuilt, etc., and then burnt a second time. Maybe across the street, we have another one that talks about the Epiphany procession that's happened for 100 years, going down Tarpon Avenue into Spring Bayou. We could have maybe one at Spring Bayou also that talked about the water carnival in the early 1920s, and some of those aspects. So I know this is just a building block, but I think making sure it has the same look across the board, has some good historic information, and also has some nice pictures of the front of the buildings, and capturing the historic part and not any new pictures of what the buildings look like, because they could obviously look at it today and see what that looks like. So, but I just want to thank you for working on this. I think it's a great, we're making a step in the right direction, and looking forward to this coming forward and the next step. Thanks.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, thank you very much for bringing this forward. We're so lucky to live in the most historic city in Pinellas County. I mean, it's awesome, and I'd love to capitalize on it and put these signs in as many places as we can. But just one of my concerns was building a criteria or an application for some of the historical stuff. I'm sure once we start to put a few of these around, families, business owners, building owners, property owners, people are going to come from all over to try to get a plaque on or near their property. So again, to reiterate, I just think it's so important that it's all accurate information. And even more importantly, I think we need to have something in writing, whether it be a criteria for age, significance, or something like that, but just something in writing to verify, and that way the property owners that don't get selected know, okay, here's exactly why I did not.
Yeah, we have a list of all of the nationally recognized properties, so we have that. So I guess as long as they're part of that criteria, that would work.
Okay, so would it just be those that were featured? It would we would select from there, or would we be able to select?
No, as part of that, when the traditional cultural property district was established, they worked really hard and put together a complete list of all of the properties, and I think there's 300 or 400 of them. And then in the downtown, there's a master site file that lists all of the properties as well. So there's literally hundreds, 500 or 600 of them that are listed as contributing or non-contributing properties. For this, we just started with the ones that were done for that history day. So that was, a good start with. There's also a walking tour that we have that identifies properties. But we've got a list, and we can go through that and work with the people who put that together and, call that down.
Okay, sounds good. Just as long as there's no,
I think as many properties that have a story to tell, we should help tell the story.
No, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Costa Vaticiotis. I reside at 538 West Cedar Street, Tarpon Springs. I very much appreciate everyone's comments concerning this matter. I think it's a great idea. Anytime that you can promote the historic aspect of Tarpon Springs, it's a good idea. I just have one or two questions and some observations. One, I'd like to find out whether these are the exact facsimiles of the posters that were used some years ago, or whether they were changed. This gets back to the wording. I think that's whether they were reconstituted for this purpose or whether they're just the exact copies of what was done in the past. I think the photos are great, except for a couple. For example, the one that says the sponge docks circa 1920. The sponge diver is my cousin, Dennis Angeles. He was born in the 1950s. It's not quite the 1920s, and also there's shrimp boats that are shown in the background. So that's a very specific item that needs to be corrected. In addition, the top photo of that page shows Bailey's Bluff. That's not the sponge docks. On that note, I think at some point in our promoting Tarpon Springs, we should also consider Bailey's Bluff a little bit as well, as far as the sponge industry, since that predated everything. I just think that's an important thing. At some point, we need to catch up with that. The one thing, Mayor, and this is really for the city attorney, I understand the releases that are going to be created for the building owners, but I also feel that there ought to be something with regard to the copyright released to the city. So in other words, wherever we get this information from, whoever provides that from us, somehow there has to be structured something that would release us from any copyright liability if there's any copyright issues with these photographs that are being used. For example, my cousin's photograph from that one photograph was used as part of the St. Nicholas boat lines. He was a diver for them as well. That's where that photograph came from. The other thing is, if this is part of the walking tour, and I understand that it is, the map, some of the photos show this is where you are right now with an arrow on it, and I think that's fine, but perhaps we should think about a little more modern version of the map that is easier to understand, because those are the old photographs of the way it was in the 1920s. Things have changed a little bit since then. So a little bit of a more kind of a cartoon type map that you see at some of the museums and things, showing you the exact location of where you're standing. And then lastly, I really would like, me personally, and I'm really requesting this of the commission, to bring these back so we can see them in final version before the staff simply takes your guidance from tonight, does their thing, and then puts them up on the buildings, and then we find out that there's problems again. I was just, as a courtesy, I'm just asking if we can bring these back for another final version of that. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Nita Protas again. I didn't know this was going to be discussed tonight. What I have done in the past with buildings and properties, I've had title searches done on them, and I have found out a lot of property owners that say it originated with their families, it did not. And that proves it with the title research. The attorney can tell you about that. Julie Holt is very good in doing that. She's done it for me. And I'm doing one now on the municipal beach because a couple families said that they owned the property when it was an island, and it was the military organization, when they were having their convention here, that former Commissioner Dudley Sally's father, Colonel Sally, dredged the road to hit the island so that they could have picnics and events out there, and that was way back. And we're researching the title now to see who really owned that property, because when it happened, there was one family that wasn't even here at that time, and they're insisting that they donated it, but they didn't. And then another family said they did. So a lot of these properties, to save any problems with families, you may have to do some title research with it, and it's worth doing it to have it legally distinguished who owned the property, and they originated the buildings.
Thank you very much.
Tina Bukavalis, 115 Athens Street. I do have some concerns about the project, or I think it's a great start. First of all, before I left the position as Curator of Arts and Historical Resources, I submitted an 11-page report to the city manager about a historical walking tour for the city. I'm wondering if the commission received this. All right, I assume not. Anyway, that did go over some things that I think are important to think about. I agree with Commissioner Donovan. One of the most important things to think about are criteria. We have about 500 or 600, I think more like 600 identified historical resources in this city. So are you going to put all of them on the walking tour? And if not, what are the criteria for selection? It should be some kind of significance, but there has to be a consensus of what the significance is. And just because it's an old building or a pretty building doesn't make it significant. It has to have some significance in terms of the history of this community. And not all just one person's history, but the history of the whole community. Another thing is that I'm wondering who is doing the selection of these sites. What are their backgrounds in historical research? I think you should have some people on there that it should be a group that's contributing to selecting sites, and they should have some kind of identified background. Let's see. Also, in terms of procedure for this, right now you're starting with the downtown and you're assuming Greektown has been done. I think it would be a far wiser strategy before you start putting up signs is to have a plan for the entire town so that you can see that that the project doesn't stop with this project favoring one part of town over another, but you can see where it's going to go, and that all areas of town are equally balanced. In the report that I gave, I identified sites for downtown, but also for, of course, Greektown, mostly the things that were on that walking tour, which I did, which, by the way, to my knowledge, doesn't appear on the city's main website, so I don't think very many people know about it. I don't think it's really been promoted. There aren't any signs that go along with that, but that could also be expanded. Also, there's very little, if anything, related to the African American community. And for instance, one of the things that concerned me just when I went very quickly over the images that were presented was that it did not accurately present the first church, which was African American. The other question is, what are the sources for this? Yes, you should go to the Historical Society, but there are other sources too, as well, and one of them is the State Archives, and that's where that information comes from. Also, I think you might want to consider different types of signs carefully before you make one kind of selection. I don't know if you have, because I've been out of town for about 6 weeks. Maybe you have, but also in my report, and I can forward it to all of you, it does go over some of the pros and cons of different kinds of signs, and also I originally did provide some images of those different kinds of signs that you could consider. And there are places besides just our local person that you could consider having them done that do standardized historical kinds of signs. So I think that's about it. I did also want to mention that, I'm sorry if that was my timer, you might want to include the cemeteries. Even though they're farther away from walking tours, they can be walked to. They used to walk to the cemeteries from the churches, and I think they're of particular importance to the city. Thank you.
Could I respond to that? Or after all the public comments? Yeah.
Mike Kuskudis, 623 East Harpin Avenue. I think this is a really good idea. I have a couple for what it's worth, and I'll give them to the city, and Mr. Trask would know what these are. I have some original abstracts that go all the way back to the U.S. patent, and it gives you a really good history of certain parts of Tarpon Springs and they have inserts inside of them that will tell you like Eagle Street and how everything was before then. So I'll be more than happy to donate those to the city if it helps with regard to finding some of the history, ownership history of some of the properties in Tarpon Springs, whether they're historic or not. So if anybody's interested, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Here none. Commissioner Seabury had something to say.
Yes, I wanted to comment on what Tina said. She's right about that app not being utilized, and nobody really knows about it. And a lot of people that are visitors are, in the older generation who don't use their phones as much. Many do. And this is why I suggested also a map or some kind of brochure to go along with it. But we could definitely use Tina's suggestions on her walking tour app to use that in combination with what we're looking at. I think with what Karen, what you're doing is identifying buildings, not necessarily part of a walking tour yet, but identifying buildings that are historic or part of Greektown. And I agree that we should do the whole city, not just downtown. I know that the Historical Society and the Public Art Committee are looking at designing and putting together plaques towards the walking tour, just like you would see in St. Augustine or Savannah or somewhere. But those are separate from what you're talking about. But, I do think that we should go back and look at that, and I know that you've seen it, I've seen it, that walking tour app that Tina did, and maybe use that as a guide to move forward with our walking tour.
Yeah, that was very helpful. And we did, the report that Tina mentioned, we have that report, and that was very helpful for us. So the reason we started with these is we found that these had been created, and we've been talking about doing a walking tour for so long that this was the idea of let's just get it started, and we can, branch out from there. There's, as I mentioned, several additional buildings that Tina identified in her report. The plaques, we thought since we had them, that would be a nice way of doing it. You can put things on sidewalks as well. But, the quote we got from these was under $1,000 that we could have 24 plaques done along with the 2 collages. So the idea was just to get something jump-started so we're actually doing it and seeing it, and then we can move on from there. So, I'm not sure if I got any consensus tonight. I just want to, before we move on, are these something that you like? You want something else?
Well, what I like to see is to make sure that this is really a good idea. It's a good start, and we have many good suggestions. But we need to make sure the information that we got there is correct.
Right.
And work with the Historical Society. I'm sure Tina will be a lot of help to you too as well, and to make sure whatever we put there is correct. And please involve the Historical Society. They have a lot of good information. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things that were mentioned that I thought were noteworthy. One being what Commissioner Carr said regarding the backing for the plaque. I think that's a good idea. I think it will help the script and the photo stand out a little bit more. And also, it's like he said, it's a great opportunity for us to pitch Tarpon a little bit more. Founded in 1887, the oldest city in Pinellas County, whatever. And then the public places that were mentioned as well for sign locations, I think that's a great idea. You might even, I think at one time in a meeting there was talk about making some of these plaques or historic stops visible via the Pinellas Trail. So at a certain point you might not find enough consensus with enough property owners, not just downtown, but in other places to where you might want to explore having these postings, in more public places versus not that sidewalks on Tarpon Avenue aren't public, but versus just affixing them to buildings. It might be worthy to explore another area where, you can affix them in public right away somewhere. But I think what Commissioner Carr said was great, and then also the looking at some other public places as well. Sunset Beach is full of history. I think that's a great idea to put one there as well. So, thank you.
I'm sure a lot of people want to see the history of the old pier.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's actually a question for Judy. Are these some of the signs we used on vacant buildings downtown that you had originally made copies of, and we used them on some of the vacant businesses that went out of town on Tarpon Avenue?
The 2 collages those were the ones that she had put those together, and
I remember
we
those
had them
very
hanging on where
attractive.
One Amazing Find is now, when Carter's went out of business, and they had all the things
Right.
in the windows, and we hung them there.
Yeah.
Mr. Carr?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you to the residents that spoke about this. Your historic input is also valuable. I just want to make sure that Karen's getting a consensus from the board also. I know I mentioned earlier about what Commissioner or Vice Mayor brought up as well with the backing. Although it could be a cheap $1,000 to get going, I think it's important to have some type of character to the sign, and I'm not sure if this is something we need to run past the Historic Preservation Board as well. I know we hold the building owners responsible to do that, and we want to make sure as a city we're also holding ourselves accountable to that as well. So if we want to talk about now, does the rest of the board support that idea of having some type of character sign, and then you have that same sign, then you take that piece of aluminum with similar information that's presented, maybe redesigned a little bit different, and put it on the front of that. Is there any issues with that, or do you understand what that means?
Are you saying you're gonna have like a frame to put that on there?
Ultimately, it's yes. Yeah, it's ultimately a
Be powder coated black. Be a nice, nice frame.
What I like to see is to make sure that we're working with the society, with the historical society, to make sure the information is correct. And all these recommendations that you had about the frame and all the structure of the sign. And I like to see that to come back, and if you work with some of the residents that know the historical buildings very well, and then you bring it back. Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to answer what Jacob said. I think the consensus is that we do move forward from what I've been hearing, because there's still quite a process with the attorney, coming up with the, the requirements or whatever you're going to do. But I like the idea of like downtown, some of the businesses have plaques that look kind of historic with the wrought iron with their business name on it. So I like the idea of having some kind of frame around it. So just a suggestion when you're moving forward.
And Mayor, the idea with the bike trail was a great suggestion as well, I think. Pulling in, because there's so much use in the bike trail that anytime we could incorporate additional art or additional history, starting at the hospital, going through downtown to the North Safford Park is a great opportunity to pull out some of that history, because there's so many people that utilize that area.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, I think we have a consensus to move forward with this, but moving forward, next time we come across this, I'd like to see at least some form of base criteria, because like Tina pointed out, there are 600 sites. So if we have even, a quarter of that start to come forward and say, well, why aren't we getting a plaque? They need to have an answer. And then also, I'd like you to come back with just the conceptual design of the backing, and before we spend any real money on anything, we can take a look at that further. So, I guess, do we have consensus on that?
Are we okay with that?
We're gonna see it before it goes into print, right?
You'll see everything before we we move forward, right? Mm-hmm. We'll come back. We'll look up some ideas for the frame, and then if you're okay with those 18 sites to start, we can start working on those with the text and the pictures and making corrections and coming up with criteria for moving forward with additional.
Please validate the information.
Yeah.
Thank you. You got one more?
So we have the frames already that we use downtown for the businesses. Would you think it would be more uniform to use the same type of, you know what I'm talking about, on Hibiscus, business names that are framed with a wrought iron frame?
Oh, those signs.
Yeah. I was just thinking to keep it uniform.
Yeah, I think of probably a black.
Weren't they done in-house?
No, that wasn't done
Okay,
in-house,
all right.
no. We'll find something.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Next item is number 3, Sunset Beach entryway designs. Come fun.
Good evening, Tom Funchen, Public Works Director. At the present time, we're currently doing some upgrades at Sunset Beach, which includes restrooms, redoing the platform, some other upgrades with some sidewalks, including the sidewalk entry into Sunset Beach, which will be addressed on my sidewalk program. One of the things that we'd like to do is replace the existing gate at Sunset Beach. Presently, right now, it's just an aluminum two-piece gate. I don't think it's been touched probably in about 40 or 50 years. So we're looking for some ideas, of course, consensus here on the board to do some of these changes. In your little handout I gave you, there's some photos. One of the first photos is just an idea of some type of sunset built right into the gate. It might be a nice entry feature. And on the second page is a couple different style gates along with their columns, brick columns. One picture has brick columns, one picture has stone columns. These are split gates. I'm recommending a split gate. There's other gates you could possibly use, a roll gate or even a single gate. But because of the limited side room we have with a roll gate and the fact that the entranceway is over 30 foot tall, a split gate would be preferable in this location. It'd also be an automated gate, excuse me. That way we can set times of closing, times of opening. And then that would probably save me a little bit of labor sending somebody out there to open them up every morning. But I'm looking for some guidance on the entry gates, what you would like, and some ideas, and be happy when we get them together, come back and present what we have.
Good. Commissioner Donovan, you got any comments?
Yeah, I love the sunset gate design. I think it looks really good. I think it fits obviously with the name and the theme of the park. I don't think it'd be too crazy of a cost to do. So as far as the gate design goes, I'm really happy with the sunset being on the gate. In terms of the columns, you know, I've seen some really unique things done where people use everything from, you know, the rocks that kind of surround the mangroves. They just kind of almost build up into their own column. But out of these two options, I would prefer the brick columns. I think something that looks more traditional, almost like, you know, what we have outside of City Hall, something that kind of fits Old Town Tarpon. But in terms of the gate design, I think the sunset was an awesome choice. It looks awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Yes, I
Welcome.
also love the sun, the first one, because it's so appropriate to where we're putting it. So I agree with Commissioner Donovan. As far as the columns, I do like the brick, but it's whatever the board decides. Because this is going on a beach, it's not downtown where we're thinking about traditional historic columns. You know, I could go with the stone, but it's up to what the board decides. Or what is that shell compound? Yeah, where a lot of houses are made with the shell compound.
A shell compound?
Yeah, that might be interesting too.
Sure.
Since it's
I
at the beach.
can bring some more of those back, more than that style too, if I can too.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Thanks for this initiative, Tom. Definitely long overdue. I like the split gate, but I do appreciate the look of the sunset gate. Obviously, it's super fitting. I was actually gonna possibly recommend that whichever one we go with, maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't. If we go with the sunset gate, then naturally the starburst image that we have in Craig Park kind of would be cool as an emblem there in the middle, or the city seal I think is appropriate as an emblem. But in terms of the columns, I definitely would like to see that the tops of the columns do have a light feature.
Mm-hmm.
And then also in thinking of, you know, what a natural stone or a natural material would be out there at Sunset Beach. Lime rock, I think, you know, probably when they excavated a lot out there and built part of that pier, I'm sure that there was a lot of lime rock that was excavated there. So lime rock is, you know, obviously it's going to be more labor intensive to build the columns out of lime rock, but the material is relatively affordable. Travertine came to mind. The shell compound is a great idea. So anything, to me, I don't think brick is, you know, what we're looking for there. I think, you know, some kind of a white lime rock or shell stone or travertine I think would look really nice. And then is there a design of a split gate that looks or resembles the sunset?
Yes, actually, I actually spoke with Smithgate a while back, Smith Fence, which can do this under their contract.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and they said they would encompass that sunset with a split gate. It just meets in the middle.
Great.
So yeah.
So I'm in favor of the sunset or the city emblem in the middle, and then the columns, and then just to make sure that they're lit. And then you envision, if it's split gate, you envision the gate opening in.
Opening inside, yes. And the other thing I should have brought up too is there's actually a man gate on the right-hand side. You could take also something on that and put something on that gate too, whether it's a starburst or something simple. That'd be very easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the city seal. Obviously, it's a city-owned beach. So I mean, you know, people ask all the time about Howard Park, and you know, you tell them Howard County, but it's our treasure. But Sunset Beach is ours. So
yes.
I think city emblems, you know, would be good, or sunset, and then obviously the pedestrian gate just to match whatever we're going with. So hope that helps.
Thanks, Mayor. Tom, thanks for talking about this. I know we've talked about multiple projects out in Sunset Beach and meetings.
Yes.
and that it's been more of a project by project, not just one large project to going about it. I know you started with the boat ramp, and now you're doing the bathrooms and then the boardwalk, and now we're at the gate and the front entranceway. There were some great comments up here. Initially, when I brought this up about a year and a half ago, I did mention brick, and the more I thought about it, I do think that the limestone would be a better approach for this because it's out at the beach. I generally say we need to put brick everywhere because of Tarpon Springs and the historic nature that we have with all the old brick buildings. But in this nature, I think it would be best to have some type of lime rock. And I believe Paul had some good examples of that a couple meetings ago in his presentation. From the sunset, there's just a concern that I do have. I think the sunset would look great, but how do we discourage people from climbing the gate would be my question. As someone that lived here my whole life, I can neither confirm nor deny that I've climbed the gate to Sunset Beach. But just something to be aware of, because when I look at this gate, it looks like it'd be pretty easy to climb and jump the fence pretty easily. So I think that's one thing we want to discourage is the ease of being able to do that. And also, I think you mentioned, I'm not sure if you brought it up here in the meeting or not, but it's going to be an automatic gate. So if we're out fishing one night and you leave your boat trailer and you come back in, the gate's shut, you don't have to wait for the cops to come let you back out. So it's something that would be nice to reprieve the police department too, as well, with this addition to the front entrance of Sunset Beach. I would support also lights in the column. I would encourage some type of downward lighting and not in traditional light that you may see in downtown, or maybe it's not similar to the cemetery lights because it's out by the water and we want to avoid the light pollution that you may say. You want something that's shining down, so I'm not really sure how that would be designed, but we could find some type of coastal light. I think that would go along well, and that would just direct the light down towards the sidewalk and down towards the column. I do like the idea also of the city seal. I think that's a good idea if we could incorporate that into the fence. Again, it being powder coated would be nice. It's going to help protect the metal and the longevity of the project. Something I would like to make a recommendation on too, if there's an opportunity to incorporate a tarpon fish and a metal tarpon fish as well, if it's on both sides of the sign, of the gate, or if it's on the columns of some sort. I'm not really sure how we could do that as a whole, but it really, again, we're Tarpon Springs, tarpon roll out off Sunset Beach by Three Rooker, so it's fitting that we have something out there as well, I think, that shows something that has our name in it is actually the tarpon fish. And while we're on this, I do want to mention too, I know it was brought up in public comment as well, the different projects that we're working on, but is that we look at the sidewalk as well, and I brought it up to Mark in the past that we want to look to see if we can move the sidewalk closer to the mangroves to allow better parking and prevent basically a one-way street happening when people are parking on the grass, halfway in the road, and then you have boat trailers coming down. So that's an issue, I think, and that's probably the next project we will need to look at after this. I do have some comments pertaining to the crosswalks, but I'll save those to the sidewalk discussion out front of Sunset Beach. But I'm looking forward to this coming to fruition. It's been a long time coming, like you said, and thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this forward, but I also agree that with the sunset, with the split gate, I think it'll be looking good, and we use the light stone with the lights on the top. I think it'll be great.
Yes.
And I don't have a problem with the seal that's there.
Good.
Okay with that. Yeah. Yes.
How tall is this gate? Since Commissioner Carr mentioned climbing it, do we know the dimensions as far as height?
When we sit down with the designer over here, we can work all that in. Probably somewhere in an 8-foot height, but it can be adjusted to meet that, and we'll do our best to come up with some criteria that will minimize climbing, but that's a tough one. But yes, we'll meet those.
These others look easier to climb.
They probably are, and that does happen there at times, and nothing, unfortunately, is perfect, but we'll do our best to make sure that. And what I can do is that when I sit down with the fence people, I'll have them give me a couple multiple designs, and I'll bring it back to you, and I'll show you what the other options are, and
Yeah.
we'll take it from there.
Hey, Tom, is that going to be made out of aluminum or it's going to be iron?
That'd be iron, that won't be aluminum. I don't think aluminum would hold up very well.
Too light?
Yeah, too light, yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I was actually going to mention something about the makeup of the gate, the materials.
Sure.
I don't know, you might find that the iron on the coast, right there, it may eat through it. A heavy-duty aluminum that's powder-coated might be your better option, but I would defer to the professionals on that.
Yeah,
I just speak from a little bit of experience on our gate on the bayou. When it was made out of like heavy-duty iron, it didn't last nearly as long as you would have suspected it to, being that it was right on the water.
Yes.
And then heavy-duty aluminum seemed to work a little bit better. So if there is an option for the heavier material, being a heavy aluminum, that's what I would opt for as you're discussing this with the contractor.
I'll bring that back to you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this?
I have one more comment, Mayor Luzis.
You have one? Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give up on the brick just yet. Can we get a consensus to at least come back with quotes including the brick? I just don't want to pay
Well, we
like an
can do this
exorbitant
right now.
amount.
How many do you like the brick? Or how many do you like the limestone?
I'm in on the limestone.
Oh, I don't think we can.
So-
I don't want to make the decision before we've seen quotes of what the cost would be. If it's way more to do, let's say the limestone versus the brick, obviously, I feel like your minds are kind of made up. So I'm talking to.
Commissioner Stevens, do you like limestone?
Well, yeah, I just think the brick is more for our historical downtown area as opposed to the beach. I think the beach needs some kind of more natural type of column.
So we don't want to see prices on any of the columns.
I don't think the price will be that much different.
Okay.
And to touch base on that, it's not going to be too much of a difference
There
from a
won't be much
pricing. I think based on what we saw from Mr. Smith on the past presentations, so I'm not concerned about price in this one.
I think the price will be very, very close.
If you like, I can just have when they do it, the design, it just shows a picture what it looked like for the columns too. It's more work. Someone can do it very easy. A draftsman can bring that up pretty quickly. So
I'd like to
if you
hear
like to see it.
from the public. Are there any public comments on this item? Any ideas from the public? No, thank you.
So, Mayor, do you want quotes on the brick and the stone, or just the stone? Okay.
Limestone.
Sure.
Okay.
You got it. Thank you.
We are now going to the consent agenda. Item number 4, which is satisfaction and release of liens. Number 5 is the attorney fees. 8, Trask-Dine invoice on May 4, 2019. And number 6 is the award file number 190118-N-JL, single source purchase of flow serve pumps, parts, and accessories. Any item that you like to pull? Any comments at all? Any public comments? Do we have any public comments on this item? Items 4, 5, and 6? None? Need a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
And roll call, please.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terapany?
Yes.
Mayor Luzis?
Yes, thank you. And now we're going to special consent agenda, which is item number 7, EV charging stations, amended locations. Bob, you're there.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. Last October, the board approved an agreement with Duke Energy through which electric vehicle charging stations would be installed at 4 locations on city properties. Installation has been completed at 3 of those properties, giving us charging ports for up to 8 vehicles. The 4th location, originally the community center, was determined to not be a feasible site. So Duke suggested an alternative to that 4th location. They suggested the municipal parking lot on the corner of Orange Street and Safford Avenue. I presented this alternative to you in March. At that time, the board gave me and the city manager direction to go back to Duke to investigate the feasibility of several other sites that the board had suggested to us. Of the sites suggested, only one was deemed to be feasible, that site being Sunset Beach. So those 2 options are presented to you tonight for discussion. And of course, a third option would be to decline the final location and simply take what we've got, or we can continue to seek other locations. That is the summary of the issue in a nutshell. So I'll stop there and remain at the podium for any questions you might have.
Just for information, that one of the places that I recommended was to install a charging station at the Mother Mears parking, which is more centralized. It's near the Chamber of Commerce. You have on East and West Tarpon Avenue and Pinellas Avenue. The Duke Energy replied back to Bob that it was not feasible for them to do that, and I spoke to Jeff Becker. He is the representative of he's the representative of Duke Energy. He's going to evaluate and call us back. He says the transformer is small, but they're going to look and see if there's any way, either they're going to replace it or find a different way to run it. So they're going to run it.
So they're taking another look at Mother Mears then?
Another look.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I mean, I think the charging stations that were completed look great. I've seen some charging our electric cars taking advantage of it. I think the places that they were installed were choice locations, and I'm happy to see that we have at least a couple in the downtown vicinity. So just to touch on something I mentioned when the city manager made me kind of aware that we would be seeing this agenda item, and that Duke more or less at the time being kind of shut us down for our fourth location. Mentioned something to Mark that within our special area plan, there's credits for new development as it relates to parking. If you install a bike rack, you get some credits towards parking. If you are in close proximity to a city parking lot, there's credits. If you're in close proximity to a bus stop, there's credits. I believe this to be true. Am I right, Heather? Kinda. So. All right. So my thinking was like, we have 3 installed already, and the fourth one, maybe we could incorporate the fourth one into a private project. So we know that we want this fourth station. We have some pretty good sized projects in the area right now. If it wasn't an absolute dire need to install this fourth location, that maybe we try and get creative and incorporate one of these charging locations into like I said, a private project, and in which case, we offer some kind of a parking credit, or we offer some kind of a credit that says, okay, the charging station obviously is going to be available to the public, but it's going to be on your site. I don't know that would happen, but it's just an idea that I mentioned to Mark. So obviously, I thought it was worthy to bring to the board. I don't see a reason to rush right in this unless there's a funding crisis, or if there was some grant funds that were used to obtain these charging stations. So I mean, if the mayor's working on some additional information, or if we just don't have a fourth site that we're all in love with, I don't see a reason why we couldn't necessarily come back to it when we found that agreeable site. But those are just my thoughts right now. I mean, I'm happy to agree to a site tonight if somebody brings one up, or if we all think that within consensus there's this site is the end all location. But just some food for thought.
What I was thinking is, if Duke Energy comes back and says there's no way that I can replace the transformer because it's too expensive, and we just go with the options they give.
Mm-hmm.
Leave that on the table.
Sure. I mean, and the only thing that I would say about the Orange Street parking lot is that it's already so packed, which is a good thing, that there's cars parking in the downtown, and that parking lot's always slammed. That do we want to lose a couple additional spaces in that parking lot to the charging stations? We put some motorcycle parking down there, which is great, but I don't know how much more parking we want to lose to charging stations at that particular location.
This is a very good point, Vice Mayor. I think it's going to be better if we just dedicate one parking spot instead of 2. If we see that we have big need, then we can add the second, but let's just go with one parking spot right now. Can we do that?
Well, the charging unit itself comes with 2 plugs.
Yeah.
So you're essentially wasting 1 plug if you don't dedicate 2 spots. So it's really better if you dedicate 2 spots. I suppose we could do it that way, but it leaves one either undesignated or unused.
What's that?
It's to use one of the terms, the hybrid spot. So one spot's dedicated to the electric car, and the other spot is either electronic car or a gasoline car, whoever gets there first ultimately.
Well, I think that kind of gets you in gray waters with the state statute that talks about how if you designate a spot as an EV spot, then there's actually a state statute that requires that it restricts usage of that parking spot for EV vehicles only, or vehicles that can be charged with electric charger with plug-in charger.
The designated spot would be, but the non-designated spot wouldn't be.
I
though,
guess
right?
that's the tricky. Maybe the city attorney can comment on that, but he and I looked at that some months back. Maybe you're right. Maybe there is a way to navigate that.
Mayor, can I ask a couple more questions?
Sure.
Thanks. Bob, I thought the last time this was brought to the board that there's a timeline that we're running it up against. Is that true, or did I misunderstand that?
Well, I sense there is, because Duke Energy has a very long waiting list now for people wanting to take advantage of their grant program. We were one of the early adopters of this, so we were on that list. They haven't given me a timeline, but I feel like we should probably try to take advantage of it as soon as we can.
Okay.
Just lock in that fourth spot. I'm not saying we have to do it tonight, to the Vice Mayor's point, but sooner would be better.
Okay. From my standpoint, parking's limited in downtown already, and we've got 4 of these spots already in downtown. It's not just 2. The other locations only have 2 spots dedicated: City Hall, the Splash Park, and then yeah, that's right. City Hall, the Splash Park have 2 spots, and then I'm messing up on this one. Court Street has 4 spots dedicated to downtown. With Orange Street, I think that's too close. And if there's a demand that we're showing the demand, I think as a commission, we could come back and say, let's add additional spots in downtown. But until we see more of a demand in downtown, why do we want to take the valuable spots away, especially when you say there's a state statute that say only an EV car could park there? I have some concerns about that. So right now, I wouldn't support any additional downtown spots. I've also had some residents reach out to me as well saying, parking is limited in downtown. Why do we want to add additional spots for now? But if we see a surge here in the next few years of additional electric cars coming through, I'll completely support this. But I want to see some numbers first. But out of the options, Vice Mayor brought up some good points. I'm not sure how viable those are. If they are viable, I would support that. But out of these presented tonight, I think Sunset Beach is the best option out of what's presented, because I just don't think downtown's in that much of a need right now with 4 spots already in downtown. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Bob. I also spoke to Mark about this at length, because I would like to see some type of report, and I spoke to you also on, how these stations are being used. What is the amount, and we kind of need to know those findings to know whether we need more charging stations. And I know you said you'll be working on that. So what is the utilization? How many times a day? How often are they used? So we should have some data by now from the time we install those. So I'd like to see some of that data before we move on for another charging station, especially since we already have 2 downtown. And I don't think we should take up any parking spots downtown, because it's already a problem finding parking spots, especially in that Orange Street parking lot. I don't know if we thought about Ring. I was just thinking right now that Ring could be another option, because we have that parking lot down there too. But
Where was that?
Ring Street.
Ring Street.
Ring. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that one.
But that was. Otherwise, I don't think we should take any more parking spots downtown either. And but I'd like to see the results of the study.
Yeah, I'm working on getting that data for you now.
Thank
I just
you.
don't have it back yet.
All right, thank you.
If there's a time limit for them to install the charging station, and we have to do it on, what do you think is worth? How much do you think it will cost us to do?
Well, Duke's cost, it's surprisingly low. Duke's cost is somewhere around $5,000 for them to put one of these in. So I don't know what our cost would be. Obviously, they're going to have some economy of scale, but I imagine it wouldn't be too terribly expensive for us to just do it on our own at another time. There's nothing saying we couldn't do that. We're just trying to take advantage of a grant program that Duke has available to us. But hey, we got 4 charging ports with 8 stations for 8 vehicles. I think we've done pretty good. So that could be a choice as well.
Yeah, Commissioner Silver made a good point. We need to see how many vehicles that actually use this.
Mm-hmm.
What
Certainly.
kind of usage do we?
Because I have gotten comments from business owners saying, I never see anybody here, and you're taking up some spots from downtown.
Okay.
And they're concerned about spots being taken when it's not being utilized. So just want to check on it.
Okay, yep. I'll come back to you with that data.
Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, thank you again, Bob. And we've spoken on the phone about this. I just want you to elaborate a little bit more on the record about that exclusivity statute, I guess, for lack of a better term. Because it's my understanding that there's the state statute that says if you put this in, you are unable to make any hybrid spots or first come, first serve. It has to be exclusively for electric vehicles. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Be glad to. There's just one sentence I'll read out of the statute, so it's not too long. It's 366.94. The whole statute covers electric vehicle charging stations, and there's a section in here, 3A says, it is unlawful for a person to stop, stand, or park a vehicle that is not capable of using an electric recharging station within any parking spaces specifically designated for charging an electric vehicle.
Okay, thank you. And then also, it is my understanding that we've been going back and forth with them for a while on this, and that they're kind of exhausted of other options. Because one of the things I had mentioned to Bob was, hey, is Sunset Beach and the Orange Street parking lot, or these are our final two options. And it seemed as if that was kind of, we're reaching the end of the line in terms of what they're going to research and what they're going to do.
I think if we keep asking, they'll probably keep looking, but I do sense that we're probably getting towards the end of the line. Like I said, with such a long queue of people interested in these, I think they're ready to kind of just move on.
Okay. And tonight, I also think we have an opportunity to get consensus on a Mother Mears charging station. Because, we have the opportunity to say, hey, don't even bother researching it. If 3 out of 5 of the commission were to oppose one of these identical charging stations going into the Mother Mears parking lot. I know we had discussed it. Vice Mayor Terrapini and Commissioner Carr had mentioned the Mother Mears lot. I personally would be opposed to it going to the Mother Mears lot for the same reasons stated for the Orange Street parking lot. I just think it gets so crowded there. I mean, you're talking weekdays where I'm parking at the library to cross the street and that kind of stuff. So I just think right now maybe we could get consensus on whether or not Mother Mears should be considered as an option going forward, or if we should just scrap it right now and say we should stop looking into it.
If we are going to do that tonight, I would also be opposed because our business owners are already complaining that there's not enough parking for them, much less their visitors. So I would hate to take any more parking up from downtown.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'm good scrapping the downtown locations, but I don't want to scrap the fourth location until we know at least what our time frame is. Like if we have another year to act, then there's no reason to scrap it because something might come up. But I am in favor of no more downtown locations because I don't think that we can afford to lose the parking, and we already have charging locations there. So that's my thought for Mother Mears. But I don't want to just totally scrap the fourth location yet and the funds for that until we know how long we have to say yay or nay on spending that money.
Vice Mayor,
Yeah, I think right now until we see more usage needed, or until we see more of demand in downtown, I don't support any additional downtown parking spots for EV. I do support, though, the upgrade of the transformer. So if we are still able to work with Duke Energy about that, I think that's important.
they're not going to change the transformer. There's no need to it. They're not going to do that. That's about $15,000. All right, we've got a consensus, Steve.
So if I may, Mayor, what I've heard is that we don't want to explore any more downtown spots. We'd like to hear some details on a timeline, if there is one, from Duke, and to provide more usage data to the board on what currently is being used, how often, and which sites have the higher demand.
Yeah, and
Correct.
hold on the fourth option in case we have to for the future.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you for your direction.
Are there any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Costa Vaticiotis, 538 West Cedar Street. I didn't have prepared comments for the signage, historic signage downtown. I really don't have any here, but your discussions provided me a perfect storm to provide you a solution, something that I've been working on for a very long time. And, you know, I've been a big proponent of bicycle trails in Tarpon Springs. And we have a vacant lot that you recently purchased next to Jimmy's restaurant that I would really like to see, unless there's some specific plans in the near term, for it to be developed into a trailhead where cars can go in and park, unload their bicycles, ride to the bicycle, ride to the Sunset Beach, ride to Howard Park, you know, go to school, whatever. That would relieve the parking that Commissioner Carr said, mentioned at Sunset Beach. That would be a very perfect location for the charging stations that you would have as well, not just for electric cars, but for electric bicycles as well. I've looked at the routes, whether we ever solve the problem with a riprap along Spring Boulevard where bicycles could use that. There is a route that I know the city managers mentioned as well along Mears Boulevard. There is a cutover there by the American Legion Hall that would bring you right back onto Gulf Road that could utilize this, this parking lot. But I would really not like to see this charging station simply given up. I would really like to see us find a place that we can use it. I think this is an excellent location. It provides a solution to a variety of different things. It's very easy to install a parking lot. You know, the soils there are questionable anyway, and that needs to be resolved. But I just think that this is an excellent idea for solving not only where do you put the charging station, but also future needs of the city, and introduces us into the multimodal plan for traffic circulation around the city using more than just vehicles, bicycles, electric cars, or so forth. Thank you.
Mike Kuskuda, 623 East Tarpon Avenue. I agree with the commissioners as far as downtown parking. I can't tell you how many times I've driven around and around the parking lot trying to find a place to park, and I see 4 spots, or the spots that are just sitting empty, and they sit empty most of the time. I don't deny that there's a need for these charging stations. Any more downtown, you're a block away from the next charging station, so whether you look at Mother Mears, that there is a block away from the existing one that's being underutilized. I really like Commissioner Terrapini's idea. Depending on the time limit, is working together, a private partnership with maybe somebody's going to do a development that has high parking volume, that we can give some parking credits and have them put a station in there. But obviously, Sunset Beach, you know, if you're going to put parking stations, you want them scattered. You just don't want them consolidated into a local area. If Sunset Beach is a thought, that would be a perfect location as well, because again, you're spreading out the stations so people can take advantage of charging their cars throughout the town rather than just one location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dory Larson. I live at 1846 Lexington Place. I'm also professionally, I work for the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy as their electric vehicle program coordinator. So I spend my days consulting with cities about this very matter. And to miss this opportunity would be a very wasted opportunity. Transportation has surpassed utilities as creating more carbon dioxide emissions than any other form of any other of our power sources. So we need to be doing everything that we can to encourage electric transportation to be reducing our emissions. We need to be trying to encourage people that drive electric to come to our city and shop in our shops. We need to be not blowing this opportunity and making sure that we do take advantage of all of the stations that Duke is providing for free to the city, because it's a fantastic opportunity. I would heavily recommend keeping the location in downtown, because just like any other technology that comes on, think of cell phones, that those kinds of explosive technology doesn't happen slowly, it happens quickly. So we need to be at the forefront and being prepared for that and making sure that our city is prepared. A lot of cities in the southeast are going to EV ready ordinances where 10% of the parking spaces need to be EV ready and have the conduit and the wiring ready for charging stations to go in. So for us to be doing the opposite and not wanting to take advantage of this opportunity is really making us a laggard compared to other southeastern cities. In regards to Sunset Beach, I don't think that that is a good opportunity, a good place to put it, because it's going to be locked up during the nights when people would be able to charge their cars. City of Coral Gables, as an example, has put in a lot of public charging, and because of it, their residents know that if they live in a multi-use dwelling like an apartment where they might not have access to charging at home, they can charge in the city lots. So I would just really encourage you to take advantage of this now, not waste any more time, because Duke is they've already been getting requests from other cities and telling them, no, sorry, we've already used our allocation for the municipal. There's different buckets that are able to be used. And so this is one of the municipal buckets that they're partnering with. And I really just am very strongly encouraging you to not waste this opportunity. Because you may not see the need now, but like I said, with cell phones, everybody, no one had a smartphone in the 90s. Nobody understood how useful or how beneficial they would be and how quickly they would be taken up by most American. Bloomberg New Energy Finance has projected that more than half of new sales of vehicles will be electric by the year 2040. So as we're thinking about the city's future, we need to be thinking about where those electric vehicles are going to charge. And while we have the opportunity, like I said, for Duke to do it for free, we should be taking them up on the offer. Thanks.
Good evening. Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. I apologize I didn't get here earlier to hear some of the discussion, but from nuancing off of Mr. Kuskudis' comments about doing partnerships with developments, that's a good idea for the future, but as Ms. Larson is pointing out, this is the opportunity now. My thing in regards to this is, have we fully explored putting this last one down at the docks? We've got 2 parking lots, the ones we built by the restrooms, and we have parking lots down by the marina. Now, you can't say there's not enough parking down there like downtown, because there's plenty of lots. People may have to pay $2 or $3, but 2 spaces or 4 spaces lost are not going to kill anybody. Secondly, this is your, if not the most touristed area, the second most touristed area in your area, where people from out of town are going to be coming, and you have the ability to provide this service to them. Thirdly, as Ms. Larson points out, the beach would be locked up. Sponge docks are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Let me point out another advantage that may not have been thought about. I just thought about it this time. But through our marina, we're trying to create the ambiance or the acceptability of people being able to come in and use the marina as transient. Well, a lot of these people would also most likely be the ones to have electric vehicles that maybe they have there or from somewhere else to use, and they could charge. So, as Ms. Larson pointed out, this is the beginning of a new evolution going forward. If you listen to business news from outside of the US, Volkswagen in Germany is almost completely going over to electric vehicles. China is making electric vehicles. Everybody is way out ahead of us on this. Same thing with solar panels and wind turbines. We're lagging in all this stuff, and we'll discuss more of this during the Sustainability Committee, but at this point, in this juncture, you should do whatever you can to see if there is any feasibility to put one down at the docks. You'll still have them in the main corridor area and the most accessible, and you won't be taking any parking spaces or over-concentrating the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank DiDonato, 720 Woodmont Avenue, or Woodmont Drive. I'm relieved that we're not looking at Mother Mears or any other major place downtown. We just really need more parking, not less, in my opinion, downtown. However, there is the lot on the west end, back behind the library. On any given day, you can go there and not find more than 1 or 2 cars, pretty much. There's another location downtown if you're looking for one. Peter's suggestion is not a bad suggestion either, because you do have those 2 other major lots where people can find parking spots. I think what Mrs. Larson said is certainly viable. I mean, you never look a gift horse in the mouth, I think is what this thing is, but the point being, you've got this available to you now. I think you should take it, because the trend, as Peter said, the trend is coming that way. I would also tell you that those few people that I know now, which is a growing number, that have electric vehicles, most of them have an app on their phone, and they can find those things pretty quick. So as far as moving them around, you don't have to have them clustered. But downtown, I think it's just, they're just not, like Mr. Kuskuda said, you drive around and around and around trying to find a spot downtown. So I'm relieved that we're not looking at it there, but I think probably should consider that 4th station. Don't lose it, but yet at the same time, think it out a little bit more. I think Peter's suggestion of down at the docks isn't really that bad at all. So I just hope you look at it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? I hear no, thank you. Are there any commission comments? Commissioner Carr?
I had a question for Bob, because I know initially we brought up 3 other spots. I think it was, so it included Mother Mears, Sunset Beach, Craig Park, and the Sponge Docks by the City Marina. What did you find out about the City Marina or some areas down at the Sponge Docks?
So the marina location was the one we looked at for the Sponge Docks, and while there is sufficient power there, the problem we run into is that we get into an issue with the coastal and conservation element of the comp plan. I'm putting on my Heather Orwell hat right now, and it's 3.3.10, she says, which discourages any new infrastructure in the flood zone and areas at risk for sea level rise. So this is where that becomes an issue, and that's the reason that one was disqualified.
Okay.
And you asked about the other ones as well?
Craig Park, I'm not
Right.
super concerned.
So Craig Park, it does not have sufficient power.
Okay.
And then we talked about the Mother Mears. So that was those are the 3 that you gave me.
What about the west side of the Sponge Docks, or is the whole Sponge Docks out of the question? I suppose I know there's the Splash Park, which is about a block away from or 2 blocks away from the Sponge Docks, so that could be utilized for the individuals that are visiting the Sponge Docks. It's a close walk, except on a summer day. But
yeah,
I know there's some private parking on the west side of the Sponge Docks. Is the whole Sponge Docks, I suppose, in that area that you mentioned just a few minutes ago?
I believe it is all in the floodplain. I mean, that's something I can double check, but it would have to be municipal lots that we'd have to look at. I know we talked about you had the idea of the public-private type agreement or incentive. But this particular agreement is for, as Mrs. Larson said, is for just for municipal properties, and that's what our contract is. So I don't know. I think we'd get in some real contract issues if we started looking at private usage. But that's not stopping private entities from contacting Duke and doing this on their own. I don't know what the status of the funding is from Duke for those programs, but they do have that as well. In fact, I even encouraged Duke at one point to talk to the owners, and they did, the owners of the Tarpon Mall, where the Publix is, about possibly putting, I think they're called level 3 fast chargers there because of the US 19 corridor. They just couldn't come to an agreement. But so that is something that is out there.
What about Sunset Beach? Because when I think about Sunset Beach, it's pretty close to sea level. How is that different than the Sponge Docks?
He's whispering. Can you help me out with that one? Same situation. So.
Okay.
That
So
beach is out then.
So. Okay. Help me out here, Heather. My hat fell off. Your hat. Okay.
So your comp plan doesn't prohibit you from putting the infrastructure into the floodplain or in areas that are prone to sea level rise. It just discourages it. And that was put in when we talked about the Perils of Flood Act last year. So it's not that it's prohibited, it's just that you're discouraged from doing that.
Okay, so discouragement isn't, I think discouraging isn't as I guess a bold line that says we can't do that, correct? So it's some wiggle room there.
Correct. There's not a prohibition in there that it says you just can't do this. It just discourages you from putting any type of infrastructure that's just prone to destruction from the elements, essentially.
Okay, so even resurfacing a current parking lot,
Theoretically,
technically.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm in support of still looking at Sunset Beach as a whole because I don't. To me, when I'm looking at this as from my city hat on, I don't think the city should be responsible for providing a nightly charge for a resident's car, just like the city doesn't pay my gas bill when I go to the gas station to fill up my truck. So I don't think necessarily Sunset Beach being closed at night is a discouragement. I'm not against Sunset Beach, as I said earlier, but I also would support another station somewhere in the Sponge Docks as well. But again, I think it was also brought up that Bob could go back and ask Duke Energy to look at a couple other sites. So again, if the commission wants to go that route, I'm okay with that as well. If there's any other ideas.
Yeah. Bob, have we looked the parking spaces that we creating on Court Street, which is not too far from the downtown?
On Court Street. Oh, you mean the street parking that we're, haven't looked at that. I don't think we have power there, but that's something I could ask about. Since I'm going back to Duke anyway.
Or it's not too far from there. Remember, we lost that during the hurricane.
Possibly, yeah, about one close by 19 or something. Alt 19.
Check that out if you.
Okay.
That way we don't lose the fourth one. Commissioner Siebel.
Thank you. I'm definitely not opposed to another charging station. I do feel like we should take advantage of this now while we have the opportunity. But as far as the docks, just like downtown, I would be opposed to one on the docks. The number one complaint I hear from our locals is they don't want to pay $10 or $12 to park. And most of the parking is metered parking down there. We only have those 2 lots. So it's very difficult to find a free parking space on the docks, and we don't want to discourage our local citizens from coming to the docks. We want to encourage it. So I would be against using any property on the docks. But I feel like what Ms. Criscuda said, we don't need to have them all in one area. We can have them dispersed. So I feel Sunset Beach would not be a bad location because, people are going to the beach too, or they're residents that need the charging station, and they would, have one available closer to their residence maybe, or to the beach if they're going to the beach. But I would be opposed to adding any to the docks. I like the idea of Sunset Beach, but anyway, also not opposed to having the fourth one. Wanted to make that clear.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I comment
Go ahead.
whenever you're ready. Thanks, Bob. Just a couple comments. It was said a couple times that the city's lagging behind on this issue, and I just feel like that's not fair, being that 3 out of 4 stations are already complete, so I don't feel like we're lagging on this issue. But I did have a question or a thought as far as the high school goes. I know it's not a municipal lot, but obviously enough high school kids drive their cars, and I'm sure there's an opportunity for them to have an electronic vehicle at some point. So is there any opportunity to maybe look at the high school parking lot?
I can always ask.
I think the high school parking lot would be an idea. And then the parking lots on the docks, I mean, if I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Sieber, and I would agree with you, the public parking in the docks is limited. But again, I know that it's specifies municipal parking, but a couple of those private lots, if we were to we made an agreement with some of the parking lot owners in the past for the landscape easements. So, they were easy enough to work with then. If some of the private parking lots on the Sponge Docks would be open to it, and there was a way to work around the municipal parking lot, then I would be in favor of looking at that. But the municipal or the high school parking lot, that probably park at least a couple hundred cars on a daily basis, right? And it's geared towards public versus private. So. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You got a lot of good ideas.
I sure did. Thank you.
Donovan, you have a...
Yeah, just a clarification. I'm still open to discussion of it. If anybody in the audience or that spoke would like to give me a call or anything like that. But for me, it's just more of a principle standpoint. I just don't like the fact that they're exclusive spots. That statute was kind of eye-opening when I read it. The fact that, similar to what Jacob said, we're, being dependent upon for nightly charging of somebody's vehicle, which wouldn't be the case for Sunset Beach, but it would have to be a pretty, different area than downtown or the Sponge Docks for me to want to consider it, just due to the fact that they're exclusive spots. I just disagree with the principle of catering to any group of people when it comes to public parking space, regardless of whether it's electric vehicles or not, because I support people's choice to buy electric just as I support people's choice not to buy electric. And I hope that everybody's environmentally conscious about what they're doing, but I don't know if it's the city's role to exclusively designate public parking spaces for electric vehicles. So I would be opposed to adding any location that isn't more remote. So essentially just not the Sponge Docks and not downtown going forward.
So what areas do you recommend?
I mean, I think if we could look at a different area, like you guys have suggested, if Bob can come back. But it's my understanding going into the discussion that we were kind of at our wits' end with Duke's Energy, and that the Sunset Beach was kind of the final option. And if we want to wait until we get a timeline on things, then that's okay, and I'm good with that. But in terms of considering the Sponge Docks or the downtown, just if you guys were trying to get a consensus or an idea where I stand, I would not be in favor of putting these spots anywhere near the Sponge Docks or downtown.
I'll bring it back. And I'll send out some information.
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah, we just don't want us to lose the opportunity at all.
Of course not. No,
Yeah.
I agree.
And if you please find out how long is the time limit,
I will do that.
and we need to react on it before we expire.
Absolutely.
Thank
Hey, Bob, one thing I think is important is that timeline
Mhm.
for the commission. How long do we have, to choose on a location once we bring it back?
Yep, I'll bring that back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item number 8, sidewalk improvement plan and staff report.
Good evening, Tom Funchen, Public Works Director. I have in front of you the city's we're preparing to implement the biannual sidewalk improvement program. So our ongoing action plan is based on some technical criteria, and we recommend that the improvements be completed in the order attached, in the prioritized list, in an amount of about approximately $90,000. If you see in the back over there, there's some photos and some locations. There's actually a list on your third page over with the actual list of the sidewalks. There's 11 altogether. Estimated costs are in there, and then of course the backup after that shows you the locations and the proposed improvements to those areas.
Thanks, Tom. As I see in the backup the list of the projects, and then I also see your memo, and I don't see anywhere where there's a contractor name, so I'm assuming that this work is going to be done in-house?
No, actually, we have two options. Either we go out to bid, or we could actually possibly piggyback off a contract if I feel it's the best way to go. Lately,
And for clarification, this is new sidewalks, not repair of old sidewalks?
there's a couple have some small broken sections, but most of it's all new, yes. There's some spaces that are missing, i.e. Golf Road is a prime example. As you walk down Golf Road towards Sunset Beach, on the south side of the roadway, the sidewalk was never completed all the way up to Sunset Beach. So we want to complete that sidewalk. Of course, there's some crosswalks involved in that too. That's one of them. And then also Air Park, which would probably be the Golden Gateway subdivision, which is once called. That has quite a few areas of missing sidewalk between homes, and we'd like to complete that too.
So you touched on it. You alluded to in your earlier presentation about the entrance, the pedestrian entrance to Sunset Beach. So you're saying that there'll be a sidewalk coming from, I guess it's on the north side of Golf Road.
The
That
north
will-
side is completed all the way down to Golf Road itself, to Shore Drive there. It's on the south side of the roadway. The sidewalk stops about 3/4 of the way down.
At the brick road there that runs along the water.
Probably a couple hundred feet before that, a couple lots up on the south side.
Gotcha.
We need to complete that. If you've been out there, you can see the foot traffic coming down there,
Right.
especially from the school. That whole intersection does need to be addressed.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any commission comments, Commissioner Carr?
Tom, thanks for providing a list. If you could touch real quick, you've got 2 sources of funding, where they're coming from. There's just a bunch of numbers, and I don't have them memorized. So do you know where these are actually coming from a funding standpoint?
Probably Ron can answer that better than I can. I know one is a penny fund. I don't think Ron
Okay,
is here right now.
so we're looking at
Yes.
penny fund, and then there's a
Yes.
sidewalk fund.
I think the
there's a-
sidewalk fund is the other one, yes.
So then we have $2 million set aside that we take the interest on an annual basis and then put it towards sidewalk repairs or improvements.
Yeah,
So I'm
so-
assuming one's from there and one would be from Penny. I think from a future standpoint, it would be helpful to myself, and I'm assuming the rest of the commission, if we see the name of the fund, where it's coming from, instead of just a bunch of numbers.
Sure.
With dashes and dots. That would be beneficial. But I wanted to touch base also, and these might be larger projects. I know we've mentioned the past couple years as well, and this has come up with Jasmine.
Yes.
And then also Carolina. Carolina has about, and the reasons why I brought these 2 up over the past couple years is that they both lead to our recreation areas. One leads to our soccer, football field, and Discovery Playground. The other one leads to Sisler Field. Also, and I know there's a lot of traffic in these areas as well. So I think it's important to look at these areas and make sure it's in a priority list. So I don't know if it's a separate project we have to look at, and I'm not sure why they weren't brought back, since that's been a direction over the past couple boards to look at these 2 areas for the safety of our children and also the recreation areas. Can you speak on that a little bit?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Jasmine, first of all, has got a lot of issues involving it with elevation changes in the roadway, a fairly narrow right-of-way, limited edges along the roadway. The elevation between, like in front of Rose Cemetery, is probably 3 or 4 feet from the wall to the top of the roadway there. So in order to put sidewalks in there, it'd be quite an intensive project. A site that's some issues too. There's an issue between where the new cemetery is going in and the entrance of the sports complex over there. Is some wetlands in there, and Paul and I have had discussions about possible adding some sort of a boardwalk from that section, at least up to the Jasmine entrance, to minimize the impact on the wetlands, which would of course require permits. So Jasmine has got quite a bit more than just sidewalks going into it. There's utility issues, and at one time, a number of years ago, when they were putting some utilities in there, they actually encompassed some old grave sites. So there's a lot of engineering work that's going to have to go into that site. As far as, and the other one was
Carolina.
Carolina's actually county right away. Mears
perfect.
Boulevard, Mears Boulevard, which is a county roadway, and so is Wickham at Carolina. That's a county right of way. I have been talking with the county on a number of issues about possibly transferring some right of ways. That's one of them that we are in discussions with, but
Have you talked to the county about putting some sidewalks out there at all?
we have. That's on their list of some streets they'd be interested in the city taking over those streets. And one of the issues I have with them is, well, one way or the other, either you do the improvements or you fund the improvements, but they haven't come back on any replies on that one just yet.
Yeah. I'll communicate with my contacts as well with the county, because that's a great, I think that's an important road too to address from a safety standpoint.
Yes.
I'm encouraged with these other roads though. Obviously these are connectors. They're going to connect areas that are needed throughout Tarpon Springs. It's important to have people we pull them off the road if they're walking on the road currently for a safety standpoint. I do want to talk about the Golf Road leading out to Sunset Beach. Again, thank you for bringing this up. This is one of the areas that I brought up when I was first elected, with the whole, basically Sunset Beach as a whole, that needed to be redone. And I'm glad to see this as part of the project. So I really appreciate that, because it's going to increase the safety for the pedestrians in that area tremendously.
Yes.
I want to also bring up, though, too, you've got a couple crosswalks, which I've been talking on a lot, needing more crosswalks around the city, around the bayous, out towards Sunset Beach. But I do want to bring up an idea and a thought process behind this, is that we somehow incorporate some type of art in this crosswalk. There's 2 or 3 crosswalks we're looking at, and what we could do is we could work on something creative. We could look at adding like a sunset in the crosswalk itself. So the crosswalk would be like a painted sunset. We could seal it with some type of clear coat that's slip resistant. You can incorporate turtles, dolphins, fish, grouper, tarpon in these crosswalks as also we're out by the beach. So it's bringing in the beach feel, also incorporating a crosswalk too, and public art. So it's kind of like the perfect storm for multiple things that come into play here. So I would encourage the city and the rest of the board to look at an opportunity to do some type of artful crosswalk in these areas since we're out by the beach. I think it'd be a good idea to do that.
Sure, and a lot of the new technologies out there now with crosswalks, with road imprints.
Stamping.
It's really come a long way, stamping over here. And the beauty about the new stuff is that, you can almost pick when you want to put it down. So that type of design can be incorporated now, or if you want to wait a little bit down the road until we find out something everyone likes, that can be done too.
Yeah, I think if we're doing it now, let's go ahead and just knock it out. And it would be a great asset, I think, to the neighborhood and to the community and the visitors.
I can look and see what type of items are out there and type of designs, and be happy to bring them back and
Perfect.
take a look at them for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I already spoke.
You already spoke, okay. Vice President.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and we definitely want to be a more walkable community, so I appreciate all these sidewalks being added. I counted up the first 10 and came out to 95,000 in 18.
Yes.
And I see the budget is for 90,000. Could we get the first 10 done, completed?
Well, I wish I could tell you that yes. As you know, a lot of the projects that we put out to bid lately have come in much higher, even on engineering estimates. So we look at that. We've looked at those. I wish I could tell you yes. I can't.
I just hope we could
and the
squeeze
reason
it.
and the reason why we go higher than what we usually do, sometimes you run to an issue that you can't foresee in the beginning. Maybe there's a utility issue, something pops up. It gives it a little leeway. We can take a street off and move it down, so we do encompass all the funds, and those streets do get hit. But until we put it out on the street and or piggyback a contract, I won't be able to tell to what we have there.
Okay. I like the idea of stamping. I think that would be an attractive idea to add to these sidewalks. And we were talking about the county, and I think at some point the county has talked about putting sidewalks from Dodecanese to like Anclote along alternate 19. I know that I've talked about it to the county, but that's a very dangerous area, and a lot of people walk and bike that route. My daughter got hit on that part of the street on her bike. So do you have any idea if that's still being considered?
That section of alternate 19 from Dodecanese heading north is actually FDOT.
Okay.
We have had some discussion with them. Of course, the bridge is an issue.
Right.
You have to widen the sidewalk on the bridge, and they talked about bringing it all the way up to Dixie Highway. I know that the county did complete the sidewalks on Dixie Highway all the way down.
I was happy to see that.
We did a cooperative with them over there. We worked with them on that too. It worked out great. But right now it's in FDOT's hands, and they actually work slower than we do sometimes, believe it or not. So hopefully, we've heard some rumors that they're going to start moving on it, but I wish I could answer it now. But I will call and check and see where they stand on that.
It'd be great to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to know what we can do as a commission to collaborate more with the FDOT, the county, on so many of these roads, because that was actually my concern on the agenda item was the lack of a sidewalk on Alt 19 going out to Dixie Highway. Again, that's kind of the area, Tarpon Springs. It's north of the Anclote River. I've had several residents contact me and wonder, why are we being neglected? And I understand that there's so many cooks in the kitchen when it comes to infrastructure, but what can we do as a commission, either tonight or letter writing, to make that connection and say we need a sidewalk here as a city, because there's a lot of accidents involving pedestrians along that road, and there's literally just nothing. You're just walking on the side of a road where people are going 55 miles an hour.
I know that the FDOT did have some improvements. I think Karen, she's not here right now, but she was sitting on a committee that was looking at the whole the corridor of alternate 19 running all the way up to the county line, and a lot of those discussions have been made. I know that that's been ongoing. I wish I had updates. If she was here, she could probably give you a little more updates on it. As far as the county goes, our relationship with the county has improved tremendously over the last few years. They have done a lot of stuff. We've been on them. North Spring Boulevard repaving is one of the big projects they finally got done. I have had extensive talks with the county on some of these transfer properties. And one of the ones that I think we've come to, I got coming to the board, of course, for approval, but was the Lillian Avenue site. I know we've talked about that. That looks like that they've come back and agreed on some things, so there's some language has to be straightened out. But our relationship with them has really improved quite a bit. I'm very happy with the relationship there. FDOT is a little different animal, but I will do my best to reach out to them and get some more information on it. Whatever you can do is, you guys have, I guess, the power of the pen and the power of the pulpit, so give it a shot. That's the best I can tell you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Tom, a couple of things. Just everybody to know that I'll be talking with Commissioner Eggers.
Yes.
On in regards to the Enclo Road. They're going to be repairing the road as well as the sidewalk, so that's going to be working together.
Good.
He's hoping that we'll get it done soon because it's now, I think it's part of the budget that they're working with.
Yeah, the Anclo Road,
All the
Tarpon
way
Key.
from alternate
that-
19 to the Stafford Chemical
Thank you.
in that area. Commissioner Donovan had a very good question on the alternate 19. This is a combination project between the county and the state, the FDOT. We have a big concern there. There's a disabled person who's using a wheelchair that lives on Dixon Highway, and I've been working with Eggers, Commissioner Eggers, to get that going, to help them out. One of the goals that we have in Tarpon Springs is to be a walking community to provide safe and easy way for people to move from one and to improve their health. And I know that we've been doing that quite a bit. We're trying to connect the two business communities we have, the downtown, the historic downtown, and the Sponge Ducks. And you did an excellent job installing all the sidewalks on Athens Street, Grand Boulevard, and Hope Street. We get a lot of compliments. The contract did an excellent job. What other areas that we have that is concerned with the walking community? Do you know? What kind of a criteria do we use to look at the other areas?
Well, of course, public safety, and the biggest criteria is probably safe walkways to schools. That's where a lot of this concentrates on. As you know, for the longest time, we tried to get sidewalks on Sunset Drive down to Howard Park, and we finally got the county to fill that in. And part of the one there in the Air Park is some sidewalks in there that need to be touched in, and that will make that whole area walkable, at least to the schools. That's where we concentrate where we can at most parts. And of course, Sunset Beach is a prime example, just the pedestrians walking out there. So we go out there and we look at a number of different sides, whether the use, definitely, whether it's feeding to a public area or to a school. We also go out and look at how much traffic's actually on it. Take a ride through town, you get a pretty good idea. Most of my employees, a lot of my employees feed back because they live here in the city. And then, of course, the condition of the existing sidewalks, too. In some cases, they need to be repaired. Some get knocked out because of utility work or some other type of work. Or in some of them are a lot of areas where, an Air Park's a prime example, where it was infill. There was a subdivision made, and they put a sidewalk here and here and there. And then we try to connect those. Most of those we try to do in-house when we can. But once in a while, there'll be areas where there's multiple homes that need to be filled in, and we'll put that to contract.
Thank you. When the sidewalk needs to be repaired, what kind of a mechanism do we have for the people to report it to us?
You can go on the website, you can call the city, you can call my office, a work order will go in, and then we usually put a prioritized list. We'll go out and take a look and determine what the safety factor is, and then prioritize it on that condition.
All right. Would you expand on that on the website? How do they do that?
You can go on the city's website, www.ctsfl.com, and you can go into either Public Works.
I know how to do it. I just wanted people to hear that.
Sure. Yeah. Click it and ask.
Thank you.
We also get some through the county, too. The county has a Click It site, too, that people go on the county site, and they do forward it onto us. They do a pretty good job of it.
Yeah. The county has an app that they're using that for reporting system. I don't know if that's going to be good for us to adopt it or not.
Yes, actually, we get some of those reports off that app, so they do come to us.
Okay.
Yes, this is for Vice Mayor Terrapini. Since you're now going to be on the Ford Pinellas board, this excellent opportunity for you to bring this up because FDOT is there when I've gone to some of their meetings, and of course the county. So great for you to be there on that board so you can support Tarpon Springs and the North Pinellas here.
I appreciate that. I actually, on my first meeting, I brought back some information. I believe it was a DOT initiative to the city manager that directly in relation to sidewalks and areas where there's trailheads and things similar to what Tom just mentioned in terms of getting some additional funding for some sidewalk infill.
We'd love to have feedback, if you want to give
Sure.
us feedback on some of those.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks.
And then, thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say for the record, Tom, this is like a perfect example of something that I wouldn't want to piggyback on, just because, it's one of those things where there's probably 20 different masonry men around town that could have an opportunity to bid on this. I mean, contractors included, right? Have an opportunity to bid on something like this. And then I also had a question for you, or actually one thing also about the stamping, in terms of beautification. When you and I had talked about that one time before about doing a city seal at a location in Tarpon, it seemed to be easy enough to do, but also could be costly. So I would just say that if we are going to bring that back, which I think is a good idea, to potentially bring back more than one site, just to try and get a little bit of an economies of scale. And then you mentioned Carolina as far as possible transfer and right-of-way from the county to the city. And my curiosity is, when we do that, what kind of responsibility do we have for some of the underlying infrastructure as it relates to utilities? Does that come with, if it's in the right-of-way, does that come with it?
Most of the utilities in those right-of-ways are ours. We have service areas that do run on county right-of-way, so we still have the same responsibility.
Gotcha.
I have one more question. I got a lot of questions tonight. How difficult is it, or what does it take as far as maintaining that stamping? Once it looks beautiful when it's first done, but what do we need to do to maintain it?
Great question. The stamping, you have to be careful where you're putting this out. For heavy traffic areas, i.e., if you look at the intersection of Mears Boulevard and Alta 19, how fast that wears down. The process has definitely gotten better, whereas there's a much more longer life to it. But what colors you put down and the speed of the intersections, and of course how the traffic maneuvers through that intersection, has a big impact on how long they last. And of course, we did put in a stamp at the intersection of Gross and MLK a while back in the
Union Academy.
In the Academy section over there. It's held up actually very well, but cars don't turn that area, so it's held up well. The areas in intersections can be a little tricky. And then, of course, you have to look at standards as far as slip resistance, speeds. There's a lot of things involved.
Thank you. We go into the public comment.
Mayor Hooses, I think you may understand this a little better. In the 80s and early 90s, former Frank DiDonato can attest to this, and if Costa was here, he could attest to this. We used to invite the county commissioners and the county administrator to Tarpon to lunch. We'd take them around Tarpon and show them what we need with the county, roads in our community, the city and county combination, and what we were looking for. We're still waiting on issues to be taken care of around the bayou, in front of the church on the bayou, Mary Bursa's house, and those areas where it floods all the time. We would take them to lunch, and we would take them around. A little bit of good food and baklava goes a long way. And also, we would ask our state representatives to come, and we would take them around. When you make friends with these people, and you show them, and they visibly can see what is needed, county, state, we even had FDOT. All the commissioners could come, our city attorney would come, and we would invite the press so they wouldn't accuse us of overstepping or violating sunshine law. And it was just to let them know what we really need in Tarpon, and it works. It works. And any commissioner has the right to ask them to come and invite and organize. It was good money spent by the city. It gave us a lot back, and I suggest that you get the county over here, our county commissioners and the administrators, show them around, feed them well. We have the jitney from the Historical Society that you can put them all in the jitney and take them around Tarpon and let them see what's going on, and that's a part of our history too. Think about that. It does work. They say a way to a man's stomach and a woman's stomach is with food. So show them a good time. but it's a business meeting. And they see what we really need in Tarpon. And Mr. Eggers is very good about coming. He's a great representative for Tarpon Springs on the county commission. He's here all the time. But get them all here and show them. Get your state people here and show them. Give them a month's notice or something, and take them around the docks, take them around Tarpon, and get FDOT over here for them to help you across 19. They will work with you. It does work. Think about it. And like I said, any commissioner has the right to do that, and city funds go a long way.
I'd like to answer that, Ms. I just want to tell you this, that I'm doing that every month. I'm having monthly meetings, lunch meetings with Commissioner Eggers and Billy Rackes as well.
Well, that's good. You don't have the whole county commission here who can come to see what's really needed in Tarpon. And Mr. Terrapini can have his board over here to see what we need also and more. They're good. We need to get them here all together so they can see, and they'll go back and with their administrator or who's ever taught them, say, this is what Tarpon needs that we need to work with it. They both have done very good for us, but that's just you. You need all your boards so they know that you really do business.
Mayor, I've done that as well with I've done that as well with multiple commissioners over the past couple of years too. So
I think we do that individually. I know we had Janet Long here at Night in the Islands, and then to dinner at Halas, and Janet has come back several times since then. So we.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Delacus.
Former. Not on there anymore. Thank you, 514 Ashland Avenue. Wasn't really going to speak about sidewalks, but a couple things perked my interest. First, about putting some kind of a sidewalk transport action on the north side of the river for people to ride bikes or walk definitely is essential. I don't know, I'm sure you've experienced it, but coming south, maybe back to Tarpon around 9 o'clock at night, there's no lights there, and next thing you know, all of a sudden you're swerving because there's somebody walking or riding a bike right there at the edge of the road. So that's a huge safety issue, but also a liability issue to many people. Secondly, Commissioner Carr, that was a real good idea about doing artwork on crosswalks. And then when Tom said he'd look into the designs, here's what flashed. Why don't we have a contest for all the schools in Tarpon, the kids, to draw out their designs for what they would do for crosswalks? Elementary, middle, and high school. You could have separate groups for each one, pick a winner from each or a couple from each, I don't care. But you would be amazed at the creativity that even some of our youngest children would show. Plus, this becomes another, indirectly to say, attraction. People, you got the sculptures down at the end of the docks. It's an attraction. I drove around there the other night just to take my dogs and us ride down the dock, see what's going on, and people were there taking pictures. Art attracts. And if you do something like that, you're engaging your kids, your community, they feel a participant. Imagine the pride that some of these groups of kids are going to say, hey, that's my crosswalk. Wow, I did that. 10 years later, they come back, it's still there. The inspiration builds. So think about that, see if there's a way you can work with the art committee or whoever does the arts and crafts show where they pick the juried panels, however you want to figure it out. But to me, that's a good idea. And lastly, just one more thing about the EV placement that came to our mind after the discussion. You do have one more city property you own that would be eligible and qualify for an EV placement. And I believe that's the Sun Bay Motel property.
Any other public comments? Thank you, Tom.
I just need approval to whether to go forward with the
Yeah.
sidewalk and
Okay. Need a motion?
Could I make a comment on what Peter said? Real quick. I think that's a great idea. I used to run the Reflections program for the Pinellas County Schools, and students really love to create and don't have the opportunity often to create. So I don't know how that would work with your stamping, but I think having some type of contest, and we've done that before with other projects like Peace for Tarpon, where they came up with the idea or the artwork for that their logo. So I just like that idea, but I'd like to make a motion to move forward.
Thanks.
Second.
I will second it, but I would like to add some more information about the crosswalks. I think it's important that we include that in our motion, that we have some type of artistic crosswalks involved. If it's initially not done due to timing, I know with school coming up or other aspects, but I would like to see that put in the motion as well to make sure we have some type of design in our crosswalks here.
You want to include that?
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
We're good.
Do we need to, City Attorney, do we need to provide any more clarification on that?
No, it's going to come back to you. This is just the list of the prioritized list of the sidewalks that will be done.
Okay.
So it will have to come back to you.
For funding?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And roll call, please.
Commissioner Donovan,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terapany.
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas.
Yes, thank you. No, we are working on 9. We now go into the item number 9, which is the resolution 2019-50, Sustainability Committee. In the backup that was provided to us, it has the resolution prepared by the city manager, Mr. Smith, with the assistance and the help of our concerned citizens. The ones that we have to address is the one with the on the red fund. That's the ones we had questions, and it's up for discussion. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. Paul Smith, Public Services Director, and I just want to add to a little bit of background that the mayor just provided. So at our last meeting, staff presented a draft Sustainability Committee resolution. Discussion and input followed. Members of Turn the Tide for Tarpon, including specific suggested revisions by Jeff Larson, were presented. At the end of the item, the city manager presented a consensus items for the revisions. The board directed staff to make those revisions and bring them back to this meeting. So that's what we have here in front of you tonight. There's basically 2 versions of the same draft in your backup. One is a red line showing the areas of revision. And you can see from that it really is just a small part left. All the areas that are not red line are basically didn't have any differences of opinion. So, and then there's a final version with no red line at all, should the board choose to adopt that resolution tonight. So I'm here to provide any more information that you may need. Thank you.
Would you explain the what's underlined, and if you just tell us one at a time what this should be?
Sure. So I'm working from the red line version. And the first part are the whereas statements. There was some revisions suggested by the community, and all of those have basically been put in there as requested. So then the next set of comments would be in section 5. Section 5B, and I'm reading from the red line here. This has to do with the city-wide sustainability action plan and what the role would be of the sustainability committee in that plan. And what staff is proposing is to make the change as recommended by Jeff Larson's revisions, the particular portion that says participate in the development of a citywide sustainability action plan, and then staff added as prepared by and implemented by the city manager and staff. We think it's important to clarify the role of staff in implementing these changes. Going on to, there originally were some suggestions made for a Part C and D, Part 5, and this included identifying and prioritizing structures and areas that are at risk from flooding and other aspects of climate change. Staff recommends not including those items, mainly because these are highly technical areas. We would be supportive of the committee making recommendations on criteria and methodology that as done by other communities, and then staff would take upon those ideas and actually prepare the information for review. Item C is review and provide input on information for sustainable practices to be distributed to the public and businesses, and we added by the city. We want to clarify who would be handing that information out. We believe that the city should be the one representing that information. Part D is compile and update city sustainability activities to date so as to maintain a current status of city progress in this area. This item was added by staff, and the purpose is there was a comment made about benchmarking, and we felt it's very important for us to stay on top of the things we are accomplishing. Part E, the Board of Commissioners, I'm still on 5. The city manager and or the committee may place items on the committee agenda for discussion. Resulting actions and their implementation shall be approved in advance by the Board of Commissioners. This is new language added by staff from the comment, and Jeff Larson brought up that he was concerned that the committee should have the ability to put their own items on the agenda, so that clarifies that in there with the understanding that any actions would need to go through the Board of Commissioners. And finally, on 5, performing other such duties and assignments as requested by the Board of Commissioners. Staff deleted a single commissioner, sustainability committee member, or city staff, and left as the city manager. So I'll read it back again. Perform such other duties and assignments as requested by the Board of Commissioners or the city manager. Moving on to Part 6, although this wasn't in the red line, I do want to mention 6B. This was originally suggested to be deleted by Jeff Larson's revisions, but we have added it back into the recommended resolution, and it says the city manager or his or her designate shall act as a liaison between the Board of Commissioners and the committee. This is a very important role of staff, and we believe it should remain in the resolution. Section 7. Part B, there was discussion on how often the committee should meet, and it was recommended 1 time per month, so we've added that in there. And then our staff recommended language following that is additional meetings if approved by the Board of Commissioners. The days, times, and places for such meetings will be as requested by the city manager or his or her designate as may be necessary to accomplish the committee's duties. This is important to leave in there because it has to do with scheduling of city facilities and having staff available to take minutes, etc. So we need to be part of that process. And finally, the last part is Section 9, reports. And this had to do with who is taking the actions and what is the area of the update. The original recommendation from Jeff Larson's comments were that the written report shall detail the accomplishments of the Board of Commissioners as compared to recommendations made by the Sustainability Committee. Staff has revised that to say the written report shall detail the accomplishments of the city's sustainability initiatives and any other information requested by the Board of Commissioners. The report shall also include future recommended sustainability projects and goals. That's the extent of the revisions, Mayor.
Okay. Commission comment. Commission done.
Yeah, thank you very much for all your work on this and your staff. You guys have been fantastic, bouncing ideas off the commission. And I especially want to thank Turn the Tides, Jeff and Dory Larson, all your members. You guys did a great job really creating something bigger than yourselves and getting some community involvement to create change. So that's a great thing. I'm excited to see this committee get started and help work on a master environmental plan for our city and get everything down in writing. And then one last time, I know I was disappointed last week that we didn't just go through line by line as a commission over each section. So I hope, in the future, if we're creating any committees or anything like that, we can give clear direction to staff rather than just, hey, revise this, we'll come back, we'll look at it. I think it would have been more beneficial last week if we would have read through each line and just gone over it as a board and given them direction on all the suggested changes, rather than kind of rush through it. But overall, I'm happy with the results. I'm glad that the committee's getting started, and I look forward to working with them.
Commissioner Seaver?
I don't have any comments. I think I'd like to hear for the public comments.
I just have a quick question. It says the resolution shall the resolution shall become effective immediately upon passage and adoption. So I don't know if we go to the city clerk. At that point, do we open up for applications for the committee, or how would that work if this were to pass and we move forward with it?
Yes. I believe we have 2 or 3 applications on standby. I don't know if the one is a city resident.
Okay.
But yes, as soon as we get and then that would come back to the next meeting if we have enough board members.
Okay. Thanks. And I just want to reiterate to echo some of the other comments. Thank you for working as a staff of the city with the city manager and the residents as well. It's important to see that, and I know you do a whole lot of hard work that is unseen to a lot of people, but we know there's a lot of inner workings that you put, Paul, into everything you do, so thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the citizens involved, Ms. Larson and Mr. Larson and everybody else that was involved with that, and also the staff for working together and drafting this resolution. I think the way this resolution is workable to me. I have one question that is not very clear to me on the 5E. It says the BOC, city manager, or the sustainability committee can place an item on the agenda that must be approved by the BOC. Isn't it kind of a big delay for putting an item for the committee to be waiting for us to approve it before it goes to their agenda?
I'd like to clarify, Mayor, item 5E actually has to do with their agenda, what they discuss, and what it says there is that the commission, the city manager, or the committee can put items on their agenda. What the next sentence is saying is if there's some actions that come out of these discussions that are to be taken, that those are to be reviewed as part of, with the commission.
All right. And I'll be looking for, I'm looking forward to see the action plan that is going to be developed and the things that we need to take a look at the citywide and some of the improvements that or corrections that we might have to do for the future. And also I like the report that we're going to be getting, the yearly report that it has. It's going to have the city accomplishments, the initiatives of the committee, and also the recommendations that we're going to have to move forward in different for different projects and safeguards of our environment. So
now, Mayor, back to your comment about the delay. I think, when I spoke to you about this, it might be item 7B, and that's when we're talking about any additional meetings. And your suggestion to me is instead of having them come back to the Board of Commissioners to request an additional meeting, to come back to the city manager since he's readily available to make a decision on that.
Yeah, and the reason why I said that is because you just mentioned that the city manager will know if manpower is available to be able to support the meeting, and as well as a place is available to have the meeting. And also it will be more a close communication with the committee to do that. By any means, I don't want to discourage to have additional meetings if they have to have. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Vice Mayor, you have any comments?
No, sir.
Okay.
I would just agree with that. I mean, that was one area that I thought of also, but I didn't bring up, was having the city manager approve an additional meeting if needed instead of the Board of Commissioners. I think it's a good idea. Yeah. So you have to wait on the Board of Commission to meet.
Could it be the city manager or the Board of Commissioners?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, is that, I just want clarification. Are you just saying for that 7B section, for the additional meetings if approved by, are you saying take out Board of Commissioners and put in city manager?
Yes.
Or are you saying
Yeah, the
put
city
or.
manager instead of city commissioner. Because we're not gonna know if facilities are available. We have to go to the city manager, then back and forth. I think it makes more sense to go direct.
Yeah, our city manager knows the availability and the staff, so he would probably be the one that would be making the decision anyway.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it'd be good to also reserve the power to direct him to find out the staff and request that additional meeting. Is there a way we could put
We
or?
have to remember one thing that the charter calls that the responsibility of the board is to provide policy and direction, and it's up to the city manager to run the daily operation.
I agree.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah, but I think this would be, this is an opportunity where we would direct the city manager to say, hey, we need an additional meeting on this. I just want to be clear, are we giving that up for the Board of Commission? We're giving up the Board of Commission's right to ask for additional meetings?
The answer to your question is no, you're not giving up that right. You can direct your city manager to do anything, so you're not giving up that right.
Almost anything.
Yeah, why would we be giving anything up?
No, I'm not saying that right in general, but I'm just saying for 7B, it says the committee shall meet at a frequency of 1 time per month with additional meetings if approved by, you're saying take out the Board of Commissioners and put in the city manager. Correct?
Correct.
So then the Board of Commission wouldn't be able to ask for additional meetings.
The answer to the question is that any time you can direct your city manager, he's sitting right there, you get a consensus of at least 3 of you to tell him to do something. He is your employee. He takes direction from you. So the answer is the city manager would be obligated to follow through with that direction that you give him, if it's, sometime other than when he's already made that decision.
Okay. Yeah, I understand how the city management process works. I'm puzzled then why we're taking that out. Why not just put or? But I guess if you guys are good with it, I'm good with it. I don't see the need to take the Board of Commissioners out of 7B.
Mayor, if I can talk, I'm fine with leaving city manager and Board of Commissioners or Board of Commissioners. I don't really see an issue where this will arise necessarily unless the city manager is just in not agreement for some reason of the board, but I don't really see this being an issue. I don't really see it being an issue also with leaving the Board of Commissioners with a or in there unless the city attorney does. So I would support either way. It's fine.
I just don't see that it's necessary for the city commission, to direct the advisory board. It should go through the city manager. That's his job. That's what we pay him to do.
I recommend we end the discussion and go for a motion.
No, we need to go to public comment.
Oh, sorry, public comments.
Resolution by title?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution by title. This is Resolution 2019-15, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, creating a Sustainability Advisory Committee, providing for membership, providing for terms of office, providing for duties, providing for rules of procedure, providing for reporting responsibility, and providing for an effective date. That was a reading of Resolution 2019-15 by title only.
Thank you. Now we can go to public comments.
Jeff Larson, 1846 Lexington Place. First of all, I just want to say thank you to this board and to staff, in particular Mr. Smith, for their work on this resolution. At the last regular session, we had the opportunity to provide some feedback, and I really appreciate the fact that the board listened and made some of the changes that were made. It's not necessarily a perfect resolution, but it's never going to be perfect. But again, I do appreciate the fact that you listened to some of the changes that we wanted. Also, I just wanted to comment. My name came up multiple times. I just want to be real clear. I am the one that sent the email, but those revisions actually came from a large number of people, some of whom are in the audience tonight, Turn the Tide for Tarpon. Some people weren't able to make it this evening, but we typically have over 20 people at each of our meetings. And I just wanted to be clear since my name came up multiple times. Moving forward, it is my hope that, number one, we will approve this thing tonight, and that we can, at a accelerated speed, get the board put together and start having meetings. Along those lines, we want to make sure we get the right people on the board. So whatever mechanism we can use to advertise the new board to get applicants in, using the city Facebook page, whatever other mechanisms that we can utilize so that we can move forward and have a successful board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a buoy?
Garbage. Is that recycling or trash? Which is it?
Mr. Delakas, would you please?
Well, it's kind of, sorry I couldn't get to the public comments, but that's kind of involves what we're talking about. This washed up at Whitcomb Bight about 2 weeks ago when we had those super high tides during the big full moon during the day. I put it out for 2 weeks, hadn't been picked up yet. That's why I asked if it's recycling or trash. But this is an example of some of the byproducts of what we're dealing with rising sea levels and some of the environmental actions. In the parade, a couple weeks ago, too much plastics. Plastics. National Geographic, go to the library and take a look at that. Microplastics. Fish nurseries off Hawaii are now a microplastic mess. Those were what I kind of wanted to talk about during public comments, but I really want to get to some of these things on this. If you're really wanting to be environmental, you have to, it's sustainability, but we have to look at the whole picture. It's an environmental picture. We've talked about environmental action committees. This is the closest thing we're going to get to it. Now, as far as your changes here, I want to focus on those. 5C and D that you're removing, identifying prioritizing structures and areas, and then present the methods to protect such structures in the areas. I heard it was difficult for staff because it's too technical. One, if everybody on the board is going to be a Tarpon Springs residents, most of them know some of the areas and have no problem identifying them, and once identified, they can work strategically to work on that. So removing those from part of their mission does not really fit the bill. Also, on 5E, you need to clarify the language in that second sentence where it says resulting actions and their implementation shall be approved in advance by the Board of Commissioners. How can the Board of Commissioners prove in advance what they're going to do or implement if they haven't discussed it at their meeting? So all I would say is remove the words in advance. Resulting actions and their implementation shall be approved by the Board of Commissioners, which is what basically you said. They'll advise you and you approve it. Secondly, Commissioner Donovan, I know you're new on the board, but you don't need to micromanage everything from the Board of the Commissioners, as Honorable Esquire Trask has informed you, and I would remind the board themselves that they are in charge, and when they have certain things they want to have implemented, they pass that on by consensus vote. But this would delay things that if they're working on a project that would necessarily require maybe a second meeting to have to wait for y'all to have rotated through another meeting to get approval is not really efficient. So I would recommend again that you clarify the language in 7E, and for 7C and D you could actually make that one and put that back into the language. And if anybody can advise me as to how what I retrieved out of the water can be properly disposed of, because I have had it out by my pickup for 2 weeks now, and the recycling guys probably thinks it's trash, and the trash guy probably thinks it's recycling. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Dory Larson, 1846 Lexington Place. I just want to say thank you again for taking this up and taking the time and making it a priority for the city. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No more comments. Back to the commission. Any other addition, commission comment?
I just have one. I don't want to split hairs, but when Mr. Delakis brought up in 5E, when it talked about approved in advance by the Board of Commission, does that make sense, Paul, to you?
I really recommend it stay in as worded, because there's a difference between getting your approval, we went ahead and implemented this thing, and it really does need to be in advance, and it should be presented to you as part of the action items recommended, and then you'd approve it, and then it would be done. So I see that as a part of a normal process anyway.
Okay.
Any other comment?
I'd just like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Can we add in section 7B that we remove Board of Commissioners and add City Manager? Is there any?
B.
There was the discussion that took place earlier, just taking out Board of Commissioners and you're putting in City Manager.
Yes.
It's fine.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the second. Sorry.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terapany?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Again, thank you all. It was very nice of you doing that. We really need to do that. Appreciate that. Okay. We're now going to the item number 11, which is the status update development agreement. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you got handed a draft ordinance that came through the dais on Agenda 11, which our Planning and Zoning Director will talk about. So without further ado, I turn it over to Heather.
Sorry, you're getting the B team. So this is within your ordinance. We're required, or the city manager is required, to basically give you a status update of where the negotiations are. This is specific to the hotel out on US 19. They had come through the process to request a height variance to the building. They've had a kind of a hiccup with that. BOA didn't approve it. So we've actually, I know that some of you probably have heard from the developer. The developer has requested that the city consider an amendment. So what I did was I put together just what an amendment to that section could look like. It's just potential language, just to get your direction and your reaction really to whether or not that's something that the board wants to entertain. It's a different process. Since they were denied their variance, they can't come back to the variance. But really we're looking for the ability to continue the negotiations. They've been very productive up to this point. The developer has worked with us. We've got a good design, kind of working still. It's kind of getting massaged through the process, but we're very confident that this is going to be a successful negotiations and a good developer agreement. So really what our recommendation is that we continue those negotiations, and then we're looking for direction on if you would like to amend your land development code as the developers requested to allow for additional height in the highway business district. And with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
I don't have a question. Anybody, you have a question?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say I did meet with Mr. Patel and his associate, and I went out and looked at the property. I know that the current hotel is, I think, at 47 feet.
That's
right?
correct.
So this would be not that much more, even though we were at 35. I guess that was.
The current hotel also did receive a height variance back about 12 years ago or so when that was built. It was given a height variance for it. Now the height is still about consistent or a little bit less than what they're proposing anyway, than what the Tarpon Tower is, which also received again a variance to be built back in the day. So.
Yeah.
Well, I also noticed that the new development is lower than the current development. And talking with them, they said it would really be maybe about 5 feet difference, which would not even be noticeable from the highway. So I know we really need a hotel. We need more hotels, but didn't the TRC approve this?
TRC did approve it in the conceptual plan when they originally came in for their discussion item, and they have approved of the negotiations and the issues that we've brought to them through the negotiations, because they have to make a recommendation that it's technically sufficient under the Land Development Code.
What I thought.
Thank you. Heather, just recently we ordered the letter fire truck, and the big concern that we had was the Tarpon Towers, to see how tall it was, to make sure it was, the truck was sufficient, long and tall enough to be able to serve. That's 88 feet. So it's pretty high. We're not consistent. We have some buildings that are low. We have some buildings that are very, very high. So we need to bring it up where you can actually have hotels on the Highway at 19, stay with the 35 feet physically. Financially, it's not feasible for them to build it with 35 feet. So, and we have a big need for hotels in that area. So, I'm in favor for it. Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I think something good to consider moving forward too is that when we do get a hotel, especially that size, that also gives us conference space. I know in the past we've had discussions on kind of the lack of like a public or a private area to hold conferences or meetings, either for businesses that are meeting up, or just various uses. It even came up in one of the campaign debates, was kind of the lack of areas that we could have public conferences, meetings, or forums. And this is one of those areas where a lot of cities partner with their bigger hotels. I was told that this would give a conference area. When I spoke with the man today, he also wanted kind of board consensus or direction as to whether or not we were leaning towards liking the height variance being approved and being okay with it and being in favor of the hotel going up. He just wanted some more clear direction on that, if we can give him that.
Mr. City Attorney forgot to say that I met with Mr. Martel. I thought that was necessary enough.
It's not necessary. This is not a quasi-judicial hearing. It's not a public hearing that you need to be concerned about that ex parte communication right now. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Terrapin.
Thank you. Heather, in the draft that you provided, I guess the only thing that's changed in this ordinance or in the Land Development Code, in this ordinance, is on D where you say hotels 70 feet, all of the uses 35 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, what would be the what would be the path of least resistance for the applicant in terms of getting the approvals necessary? Would it be easier for him to appeal the decision made by the Board of Adjustment?
Well, there is no local appeal process. You would have to seek judicial review for that. And so I don't know what the process really is. That's something the attorney can probably allude to a little bit more.
Yeah, I can help you with that. They have 30 days from the date of the rendition of the order to file their petition for writ of certiorari with the circuit court. The circuit court would, of course, eventually render a decision. I can tell you, though, my experience petition for writ of certs, they're very, very hard to prevail on. There's probably a 75 to 80% chance of that applicant not being successful with a petition for writ of cert. I don't know if that helps you at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
It answers the question. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thanks, Mayor. Heather, I just want to touch base with you real quick. Can you talk about the other highway business areas within Tarpon Springs? I know our minds go to US 19, but I believe there's also some areas along Pinellas Avenue. Am I correct in that?
That'd be correct. There is 2 properties at the very north end of the city. One at Dixie Highway, and then one just over the line. And then there are a few scattered properties to the south in that area going towards Klosterman. You've got a few areas where highway businesses kind of come in. Whether or not those areas are going to be consistent, again, this is a site planning issue. So the board, during their site planning process, would look to the applicant to provide direction to them as to why they need that and if that site's appropriate for it. So, I mean, I think you still would have a control mechanism because your site plan for those vacant sites really comes back to this board.
Okay. Can you also touch on the BOA or the Board of Adjustment and why they denied it? My understanding was that they didn't feel they had the authority.
It was a split decision, and 3 of the 5 members who were present didn't feel that it met the criteria.
Okay. While we have this is an area that I've asked a few times about some information to staff and the city attorney, but I haven't really followed up on it very much, or haven't had a chance to follow up as much as I'd like to. I think it's, and you may say it's state statute, but I still think it's something as a local board that we should look at if we're looking at this ordinance. Is I think we should remove the adult entertainment uses under permitted uses to a conditional use. I think there's really no need to have those in the city of Tarpon Springs, and you've got porn shops and strip clubs potentially on highway business. That could be on Pinellas Avenue and also on US 19. Even if state statute says that they have to be somewhere in a permitted use, I think it's something that we need to put a roadblock up as a city. Having a young daughter at home now who's almost 7 months old, and thinking about trying to explain what those establishments are as she gets older is going to be a difficult conversation, and I don't think it really talks about the character of Tarpon Springs as a whole as well. So if we're looking at this ordinance, I think we should also look at that number 1 listed permitted use for the highway business in the Comprehensive Zoning and Land Development Code.
I don't know if Heather has a comment on it, but I can tell you that, you know, there was a lot of case law a number of years ago that specifically provided that we needed to make sure that there was, at least, frankly, those places are already been approved, that you needed to allow some area of the city for it to be considered for, to be a permitted use. And that was the location that was decided years ago along US 19. So I'd really caution you on putting a roadblock on that particular type of business, as it may in fact, you know, cause you to litigate that issue. So.
Any other comments, questions? Any public comments on this item? Any public comments on this item? None? I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Is this
Okay, so this is for
This is status
direction
update.
as to,
To continue direction towards this project.
What's the motion for?
The motion is to
Continue.
approve the request to continue negotiations between the city and HDBVD.
Okay. And you're gonna bring this back to us?
Correct. The ordinance would have to come back through the traditional process. We just provided that as, you know, sample language to you to see, really get your reaction if that's something we wanted to move forward with.
I think I looked at this just as not the whole status as a whole, but more of just this update for the height. I did have a conversation with the business developer that's looking to develop this property, and I talked about the historic nature of Tarpon Springs and encouraging the historic nature and the character of the architecture of the building, what pictures are being used inside, if it's a historic nature of some sort with the pictures as well. So I do think, and I mentioned at the on the initial when we approved for him to go for the development agreement, that we encourage those as well. So anytime we can encourage something more than just a straight block building similar to like a stucco building that we look at Panera Bread or Publix, something a little more artistic or more architectural. But it sounded like the business owner was moving that direction as well. So thanks. If we could add that to the direction,
Okay.
I would second that.
So may I have a motion so we continue with this development agreement?
Scott Rhea.
Second. We need a second.
You
I made a motion.
Made the
Okay,
motion.
need a
and
second?
Commissioner Carr made the second.
Made the second? Roll call.
I'm sorry, can I just have clarification? Did you make the second with additional changes?
Yes. It's just talking about the architectural and encouraging the same things that we talked about in the past.
I think this will come back to us before we get to that point, so I would like to just make the motion for them to continue negotiations.
This is to continue the negotiation.
Commissioner
Status
Carr,
agreement.
your information is noted, and we'll include that and provide that information to the applicant on the design component as we move forward.
And for clarification, it seemed like the board was under consensus that they're okay with the hotel height thing at 70 feet.
Agreed.
So just add that to the motion. And I can second that.
Roll call.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terapany?
Yes.
Mayor Alahouzes?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, now we're going to item number 12, which is the charter review appointments. As you know, every 5 years is required for us to review our charter. And we need to appoint the charter revision committee tonight, consists of 7 members. And we already nominate the people. So we have Jim Colianos, David Panther, Karen Gallinger, Mark Janaskis, David Bolt, Costa Vecchiotis, Dr. Root. No, they've already been nominated.
Need a motion to approve.
I could say
Motion to
approve.
Any
approve.
comments on that?
Nope.
Okay. Need a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any public comments on that? No. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terapany?
Yes.
Mayor Alahouzes?
Yes, thank you. Item number 13 is appointment to Public Art Committee. I would like everybody to know, just in case you haven't seen that email that came out, that Mr. Vecchiotis withdraw his application. So we have option 1 and option 2. Commissioner Carr, what's your preferred?
So option 1 is to move the current alternate Julie Ekmir
Ekmir.
to the full-time or a full position term that's going to expire on October 31st, 2019, and appoint one of the current applicants that would also expire on October 31st, 2019 as an alternate.
Okay.
Or the second option is going to be appoint one of the applicants as a full-time member and leave the alternate as is. So I would recommend to move Julie to the full-time board member, and the second, I would lean. There's a couple different options here, obviously, that we have as a committee. Both of them have come in recently over the past couple months. I would lean with Patricia on this one right now.
Gregory, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor Terrapin.
I'll go with Commissioner Carr. You said option number 1, which is to move the alternate to a full-time position, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll go with Commissioner Carr's recommendation, which is number 1, to move Julie Eckmeyer to the to the regular member, and then to appoint Patricia Gregory as the alternate.
I support that. I think Trish Gregory is a very, very good person, very artistic. She's an artist. Commissioner Steve.
She's also an amazing volunteer. But yeah, I support Jules moving up from the alternate position, Trish Gregory filling the expired term of alternate 1.
Commissioner Donovan.
Yeah, Julie's fantastic. I would like to move to have her fill the term and then appoint. Actually, I was going with William Meals as the alternate.
Okay, so we have 4-1. I need a motion.
Motion approved.
What was the motion?
The motion is option number 1, right?
Yep.
That's correct.
With
Julie
Jules and then
Eckmeyer
Trish?
and Trish Gregory.
Gregory.
Okay.
Roll call.
Commissioner Donovan,
No.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terapany,
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas.
Yes. Number 14, Heritage appointment to Heritage Preservation Board. Need to appoint a regular member and alternate member from the list below. Vice Mayor?
I will, I'd like to appoint, Kathleen Hallett as a regular member. And, sorry, I looked through these a minute ago, now I can't remember what I saw. And then the Beth Cook as the alternate.
Commissioner Carr?
Thank you. I would also recommend Kathleen as the regular member, but I would also I would go with William as the alternate member.
Okay. I go with Catherine as the regular member and Spencer as the alternate. Commissioner Sieber?
Yes, I agree with that. It seems that Beth has had a lot of experience in accounting, which I think she would be great for maybe budget advisory in the future, but her first choice was budget advisory and her third choice was historic preservation. And William Sprescher seems to want heritage preservation, so I would go with him and Kathy Hallett as regular member.
Okay. So you want Catherine as the regular member and William as the
Kathy
alternate?
regular and
Okay.
William as alternate.
Commissioner Donovan?
For regular member, I got Beth Wanaker Cook, and for alternate, William Sprecher.
Okay, we all spread.
Not
Tell
really,
us.
Kathleen took 3, and William took 3,
Mm-hmm.
right?
4 and 4.
4 for Kathleen.
Or 4 for Kathleen and,
4 for William.
yeah, but
4 for William.
But Commissioner Donovan, you said William first or Kathleen first?
I didn't say Kathleen.
He said Beth.
Oh,
Good.
Beth first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Beth.
It's 4
Gotcha.
and 4.
Gotcha.
I'd be fine with this one though. I mean, they're all qualified.
Okay.
I think it's pretty great too that these are both residents
both
within the
good.
historic district as well, and I think that speaks volume to the people that want to be involved in the historic district. Although it's great to see other people around town want to be involved, but it's nice to see people within the historic district really get involved too.
So we need a motion.
Move to approve Kathleen Hallett as the regular member to fill the vacancy of Cindy Terrapini and appoint Beth Wanaker Cook as the alternate member.
No.
No, it was
No,
William.
it was William.
William.
Sorry. William as the alternate member.
Okay.
The second
Preacher.
that.
I'll second that.
Do we have any public comments on this item? No. And roll call.
Commissioner Donovan,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Commissioner Sieber,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terapany,
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas.
Yes, thank you. We're now going to the item number 15, which is the City Hall Security. Commissioner Donovan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is a discussion I'd like to have tonight just on our city hall security and accessibility. Primarily just making our city more accessible and welcoming to our residents. So where I started with this was actually as a resident when I was trying to get into City Hall, and sometimes whether, there was a phone call upstairs or something, I just find myself sitting out there for 15 minutes, halted at the door, and it was really unwelcoming. And it wasn't a great experience being a taxpayer and a resident of our city. So what I ended up doing was I called every city in Pinellas County, and I asked them, do you have a security guard that stops people as they enter your city hall? So I found that the cities of Clearwater, Dunedin, Bel Air Beach, Bel Air Bluffs, Bel Air Shore, Gulfport, Indian Rocks, Indian Shores, Kenneth City, Largo, Madeira Beach, Oldsmar, Pinellas Park, North Reddington, Reddington Beach, Reddington Shores, Safety Harbor, St. Pete Beach, Seminole, South Pasadena, and Treasure Island do not have a security guard that stops people as they enter City Hall. And the only two cities that do are Tarpon Springs and St. Petersburg. So we are one of 2 out of 24 county cities that stop visitors as they're coming in with a security guard. The other cities use directory, receptionist, and office manager, or a variation of those 3. So I want our employees to feel safe and secure, and I want our building to be secure. That's not what I'm here to discuss. What I would like to see is the 2 shut doors out there that you need to be buzzed through to be opened up, and I would like the security guard, which I support because I've spoken to a lot of employees that feel that it makes them feel safe, they feel secure with the security guard, they would hate to see him go. So I support the staffing of a security guard as long as he's moved to the side or put on patrol. Whether he's walking around the building or he's out there in front of the picture underneath Mayor Alahousas' picture, or if he's moved to a side office. So he'll still be ready and available to help employees, and he'll still be ready to help the building. However, he won't be stopping residents and holding them until they can call through and verify that they have an appointment to get into City Hall. So I just want our residents and taxpayers to get a better reception up front, and they can handle their appointments, whether it's at a department level or if they wait in the waiting room of, building and permitting. I just want to make it a better experience for our residents that, pay to keep the lights on in here, and see that security guard kind of put more to the side or patrolling around the building. So I just wanted to discuss that tonight. See what your thoughts on it were.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up because I think this is very important. Commissioner Donovan, I think, I grew up on Orange Street near the radar tracks. Now we call it the Pinellas Trail. I don't think my mom ever locked the door. And it was safe. Miss Broder's mother-in-law was a house down next to us, really. And we didn't have any problems, no crime at all. But nowadays it's different. We cannot leave the doors open. The reason why the guard was placed and why they have the plastic protection right where Pierce is at, and also where the city clerk is because was the reason. And I'm not really sure if something that I should be discussing the incidents that you have. But I know Mr. Licouris shared with us some of the audio recorders that we just got just recently. I would feel very uncomfortable if I will take your suggestion to do that, just because some of the threats where we get. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Cochin. And you couldn't hear me? Okay. You didn't hear anything? Okay, so, sorry. So I'm gonna ask the expert, Chief Cochin, who is acting city manager today. I'm sure he can share with us some of the things that are going on, because it is a safety concern.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Myself and Major Trill, we met with Commissioner Donovan on May 20th, and we went over a lot of things with him, not only things with active shooter, but some of the historical things that have happened at City Hall with people coming in and threatening employees and, creating a danger to them. So really what we did, we tried to find the balance between safety and access. So we have a security guard there who's very friendly, he's very welcoming, and we also built a waiting room off to the right. I mean, it's not a perfect entranceway. I mean, we would like it to be better, but it's not. We can only work with what we have. But we have a nice waiting room. You know, there's a TV in there, and the security guard, I believe, is very good at getting people to where they need to go. If you open those doors, and I'm going to have Major Trill speak to this. He's actually an expert in the area. If you open those doors, you allow free access. The world has changed. The purpose of those doors is delay. We can tell you, God forbid, an active shooter visited City Hall. The statistics will show you that they last about 5 minutes, and every 15 seconds someone's being killed. The more you could delay them, the more you can prevent them from getting in City Hall, more people survive. It's really that simple. The other aspects of this are security for our employees. There have been people that have been threatened in the past, people coming in screaming at people in HR, making employees feel unsafe. So, you know, historically, obviously, we've worked with this commission on that. Mark's been involved in it. The police department's been involved in it. We tried to balance security with access, and I think we have a really good system. I really don't think that it's too much of a delay. You know, people are going to come in here if it was wide open. They're going to walk around anyway trying to find a place. Even if security guard wasn't here and if the person wasn't there, they're going to have to come back. So security guard, and Tom Function pretty much oversees them, is very good about getting people to where they need to go, the public. And a lot of the people visiting City Hall are people getting permits, probably mostly for the planning department and the building department. But, you know, Major, if I could just turn this over to you real quick, you know, talk about some of the stuff that we talked with Commissioner Donovan about and some of your expertise.
Do they have the excerpts from the training? Do they already have it?
No, we didn't.
Okay. I'm just going to pass that down there. This is just a brief excerpt from the PowerPoint training that we do. I gave it to City Hall several years ago, which is why we have some of the upgrades that we do. You have to look at it in context. I'm going to give you some facts and then talk about some concerns and ideas. First of all, there's some definitions in here, as you see, the active shooter, and one of the things I want to point out, some things that should stick out. The threat is not contained in an active shooter. With an open area, number one, the threat would not be contained. It's hard to contain, especially the way we have set up. We have a historical building that's not like other cities. And I will start out by saying that I'm not responsible for the safety and security of all those other cities you listed, but I am responsible for the safety and security of the people in Tarpon Springs. And I as much as I like to compare to other cities, I don't care about that, whether they do it the same way or they feel as strongly as I do about that. And here's why. We have a historical building that lets us change only certain things. If I had a newer building and could have doors that separate it, and I might not need the security guard. Based on what we have at this location for our city, it's a risk versus reward, or a risk versus benefit. And we had to say, again, there's always a balance, how much you want to spend. We could make this thing like Fort Knox and make it very not accessible. That's not what we want to do. We want to make it accessible, but also provide safety. So I can make it super safe and have it not accessible, or I could make it super accessible as it was, which was I could walk in any door of these buildings at any time of the day and just walk into somebody's office unannounced. They have no idea. If they had stepped out, I could walk in. Why? Because there was no access. I mean, there was no limit to the access. So again, we look at active shooters. They may engage some of the things that we train. They may engage targets of opportunity, even though they're searching for a specific target. So if an active assailant came here, again, having no limits to the access, I'm opening everybody up to someone that might have a list of people they want because they're just walking down the halls uncontained. We also have information that we know that they continually move about. If you look at active assailants in different scenarios, for instance, in Virginia Tech, how when he entered, he went into the hallway, went into a room, he came back out of that room, walked into another room, came back out of that room, walked into another room, and he was only thwarted by, in one room, the professor holding it shut, the door shut to not allow him to come in as they help people escape. And in other ones, students actually thwarted his return into the room to shoot more people. That's what doors do, and that's what limited access does. If you look on the page on statistics in 1966 to 2012, has a breakdown on what they happen. A lot of times we think, well, they only happen in schools, whereas 24% from 1966 to 2012, according to the NYPD study, happen in schools. So whenever we talk about active shooter, the first thing that pops in their mind is Columbine and active shooters in school. But here, again, in 66 to 2012, 29% of shootings happened in other places besides the school and office buildings and commercial and factory warehouse. In fact, if you flip forward to the statistics from the FBI from 2000 to 2017, 7.2% of active assailants happened in a government building. That's outside of the military ones. That's just other government buildings. So you're looking at 7% of, and I believe there was 250 that the FBI looked at. 7% of those happened in a government building. So it's the concept of it'll never happen in Tarpon Springs is foolish to think. And I'm not, obviously, for the record, I'm not calling him foolish whatsoever when I say that. If someone's sitting in the audience and saying, because we've discussed it and he understands that, these things can happen anywhere at any time. You wouldn't, half the people in here, or I'd say over half the people, if I was said Columbine, Colorado, nobody would know, or very few people would know where it is outside of the fact that there was an active shooter incident there, which brought notoriety to it. The other thing I want you to look at in statistics is an NYPD study that's talked about from 66 to 2012. Now, the number is going up for no force applied now, where they're being taken into custody. But from 66 to 2012, according to NYPD study, 43% required force to be applied by a police officer, and 40% ended their lives in suicide. As bad as it sounds, I'm good with the suicide in an active shooter situation. Why? Because that means innocent people are not getting shot. If I can get there quicker and I can confront that person, there's much better chance of that person, that ending, according to statistics, NYPD, 83% of the times, either I, or when I say I, law enforcement has to reach out and stop the threat, or that person stops the threat when we show up, 83% of the time. So the idea is quick response. Years ago, before Columbine, it was surround, contact SWAT. SWAT comes out, tries to negotiate, or then goes in. Those days are long gone after the late 90s when Columbine happened, because people were inside getting shot. Now, law enforcement trains, you're going immediately in. Why? Because the whole idea is the quicker we get there, the quicker we can end the incident. Once an incident starts, there's no way to stop a death or injury. Our job is then become to limit it. And if you look at some of the incidents, again, study those that have done this or after action reports. If, again, you look at Virginia Tech, he knew law enforcement was coming. He knew because he wore a bulletproof vest and he chained the door shut. He expected us to come, and because bad guys know what we do now. We no longer wait. We're coming in. So if they have a list of people, or they have a number that they want to make so they can become famous, their job is to get in and get that number or get that list done quickly, because they know the cops are coming. And they'll help themselves sometimes by bringing more ammunition or bringing something to wear, or chaining the doors like we saw in some places. And the reason why is they want to fortify that, because they know the quicker we respond, the quicker it's over. So we look at what we can do. And the concept of this, we've heard the phrase, or you may have heard the phrase, soft target. Well, what is a soft target? Years ago, City Hall was a soft target. There was unlimited access through any door at any time. There was a decent amount of people in and out all day long. Very limited security. That's what is considered a soft target. So when we came up with these things, and I discussed with the chief, and we came over and did a presentation, and I talked with city workers to say, okay, it is a balance. We have a fiscal responsibility to the public, not to go crazy spending money and locking it down like Fort Knox, but we have a moral responsibility as well to protect the employees and protect citizens that come to City Hall. So where does it come out? Then we have the fact that it's a historical building, so there's other things that we can't do that we could normally do to a building. So we tried to work within that and said, what can we do when we can put these doors in? And the reason why is because we're looking to mitigate our risk. We're lowering the risk to save lives. So how do we do that in this structure? We looked at it, and I came up with several ideas that we put out there, and this was agreed upon because it kind of made that balance work. When we're trying to harden a target, we as police officers like to detect crime ahead of time, but then we want to deter it delay it, and either defend it or delete the threat. So what we've done here through having the security guard, having the doors, having a process in place, and some things we won't discuss because it's not available how we train people. Deterring people is one big key in target hardening, and delaying people is just as big as deterring. So if I show up and I see, and again, we don't get a lot of chances to interview 83% of the people from 66 to 2012 who might no longer be with us, but we look at other crimes as well. So when we're looking at other crimes, we look at, they describe it several different ways, but it's a triangle of crime: ability, opportunity, intent, or suspect, victim, and desire. If you look at burglaries, the majority of burglars that we have are unlocked cars. Why? Because it's easy. Not a lot of, you can do a lot of damage here. You just open up the car doors, hop around. Not a lot of attention is drawn to you. It takes more time to break a window. That's why we say lock it or lose it. And we tell people to hide their property. Why? Because it becomes an easy opportunity. That's a soft target. Guys going down car hopping where they just hit doorknobs or door handles on cars to see what's open, because it takes a little more to break into these other things. So if we can limit, we have I just call it a BG. We in police work, we like to use terms BG, bad guy. We have someone, an assailant that wants to do, or assailant that has a weapon. We have their intent to do it. If we can limit their opportunity to get the victims, that's what we want to do. And although we're not going to 100% get rid of any active shooter, we could have this locked down. We could have metal detectors out. We could have armed guards outside like Fort Knox. And if I wanted to do a shooting in here, I could come up and start before I got in. It's not going to stop necessarily someone from hiding something. We all know that. But the whole idea is, number one, to deter them, and number two is to delay them. So if they come in here with that intent, some people might see this place as a little harder target. If there's cameras up, they're going to know that someone's watching, which is probably a quicker response from the police department. They're going to see a security guard, although a lot of people don't understand, but the minor violations in secondary, and we'll get to that in a second, will say, well, there's some kind of authority figure. I might want to do this somewhere else. There might be a connection to law enforcement. But the big thing is the doors. So if they're not deterred by the doors, which we'd hope they were deterred and go somewhere else, or say, I don't want to do this anymore, the delay aspect comes in. And as the chief announced before, the FBI statistics show, or has shown 69% of active shooter incidents are over in 5 minutes. So if a bad guy knows he's got 5 minutes to do what he wants to do, the longer it takes him to get to victims, the safer they are. I can't stop him from shooting, but I can delay him. And if I can delay him, that means officers can get here to eliminate the threat before more people are injured and died. Goes back to, we look at Sun Tzu, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. That's what we'd like. We'd like to deter him. We'd like to delay him to do that. As a deterrence, it's both what we have here is a physical deterrence, the doors, psychological deterrence by cameras and a security guard. The primary goal with that would be the active assailant. The secondary goal would be, the chief discussed before, about disgruntled individuals who want to come in. Here's the deal. If the person's not in their assigned area or they're not free at that time, the guys or girl is going to have to wait regardless, whether they wait upstairs or whether they wait downstairs. They're going to have to wait if someone's not in their office. What this does is have a controlled access point, which, if they are disgruntled and upset, has the ability to remove them from other people as well, but it also will quell the person just wandering around upstairs that is upset as well, going into different places and putting the employees in fear or concern. I appreciate the sentiment of being open, but again, I think you have to weigh it between what we have, the cost and effectiveness, the contact versus the safety, the risk versus the reward, and I think we worked out something here based on what we were given to find a financially sound yet safe procedure to give the people that work here and come here and visit. So I appreciate the sentiment of openness, but I believe this would be regression to go back to what we had before, and I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah, Mayor, if I will, that's the consensus of the police department that it's the will of the commission, but we do not support a move like that to open up City Hall based on all this information.
Okay. Commissioner Donovan, have any questions there?
More of a comment. Is that okay? No, Major Trill and Chief Cochin are best in the business at what they do. Thank you guys again for meeting with me, giving me the presentation. We had the opportunity to discuss it, and even though, we disagree on this, it was strictly professional. And it is, like they said, a balance. The numbers in terms of the yes/no votes when asked if a security guard stops people at City Hall, that was more just to show that we have options. There's other cities a lot bigger than us and a lot smaller than us that do things differently. So it's not one option that we're stuck in, and if we do this, we're failing at something. We do this, we're not. It's all a balance. I mean, like Major Trill said, I mean, if you wanted to, you could build a castle and have a moat around City Hall, and nobody could ever get in, and it'd be really safe. But it's about finding that balance, and I think we deserve it for our taxpayers and our residents, especially because it's a historic building. I mean, there's a lot of people living in Tarpon right now. I mean, this is where they went to high school. They know and love this building, and I'd love to see them in it, appointment or not. And I did want to clarify, too, I'm not asking for open doors on every single hallway. They can still have those doors up front be the only access point. I just want to open up the two interior doors that are blocking people from getting by and stop the security guard from stopping people and verifying that they have an appointment before they're able to get in. And again, I don't think Tarpon is invulnerable just because we're a small historic coastal town. But really it's about the mentality for me. I just want to change the mentality from seeing this as a target to City Hall, where residents and taxpayers can meet with their elected officials, their employees. It's kind of a change in mindset, if anything. But again, I'm glad we're having this discussion, so please fire away.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to start by asking Major Trill, without your iPhone, how you spell thwarted.
Thwarted?
Yeah.
THWARTED.
All right, thanks.
My dry mouth might prevent me from saying it. So that's why I've already had 2 glasses.
I'm starting to get a little delusional, but no, I appreciate Commissioner Donovan putting this on the agenda tonight. I was on the board when I guess this all was discussed the first time, and it was a lot of passionate testimony given by the public and also the commission at the time. Everybody being a realist in today's world, the mayor, cited his experience growing up on Orange Street, and I wish, that we all lived in a society such as that today. Unfortunately, we don't. There's a lot to be said for City Hall being a public place, such as the library and welcoming, its residents. Obviously, nobody stops you at the library to go in there, and it's very similar in the sense that it is a public space, and the residents do keep the lights on here. I can tell you that I have received, the verbal threats from individuals in town. I've been in the city clerk's office when there's been, people who's literally getting their utilities shut off at no fault of the clerks, obviously. But, it is and can be a very, dangerous, disgruntled world. So I can appreciate where you're coming from, Commissioner, and I do think that there is obviously some wiggle room or maybe some alternative routes that we could look at to continue to discuss this. I know that in other places that I've been, other public buildings, county buildings, there is a metal detector. So, you pass the metal detector, you're free to go in the county building. In some cases, the county buildings are a lot bigger with a lot more departments to go to and visit. My thinking is in trying to, potentially find a middle ground and discussing, where we could potentially improve or potentially create more security is, I know in some departments, before you even go into the subject department, there is locked doors, such as I think Public Works Department has a locked door, right? Don't you, Tom? Oh, it's on schedule. Okay. So my thinking with that and asking the question is that, if you did have, let's say, an active shooter situation, and this is not my department, it's the PD's, but if you did have an active shooter situation and there was an active shooter identified, would there be an option to, from a main switchboard, somebody's office, lock all of the department doors?
Well, are you suggesting that the main point of entry be open in that scenario?
Let's say the main point of entry is open. Let's say we still have a main security guard there. Let's say it's not open. Let's say, we have somebody actively come into the building who is of danger, right?
Okay.
And we have a main button somewhere that somebody can push. In Public Works, it's locked. Basically all of the department head doors, or all of the department doors, main doors, get locked automatically to where they're locked and inaccessible from the hallways. Is that something that is possible?
A lot of the doors do lock, but this historical building, so a lot of them have windows. So I see through a window, I could shoot through a window.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing with the front lobby is the delay. That is, we can't express that more. That is crucial to delay them. So those double doors with the magnetic lock up top will definitely delay them from getting in City Hall, which saves lives. Because once that starts to happen, God forbid, in the lobby area, then this City Hall could start locking down. We're responding. They're going to be delayed. Even if it's a minute, even if it's 30 seconds, they're going to be delayed from getting through those doors. That's going to give us time to get here to eliminate the threat, because we're really talking about saving lives. And if we open those doors, we still get back to the other incident where you have a lot of disgruntled people that have threatened city staff, that have caused problems in HR, that have caused problems in the mayor, city manager's office. So, it's like you say, Vice Mayor, it's a different world. And we think we found the great balance with a very welcoming security guard. And, to Commissioner Donovan's point, every city, with the exception of 2, have what we have. They just don't have a security guard. They have a receptionist, so someone that basically would buzz you in or get you to where you want to go. We have the same thing. We have a waiting room. We have an area where people can come in, and he's getting them to places as quickly as he possibly can. And the vast majority of the people coming in, again, are probably for planning and the building department, which is right there anyway. So we don't think that it's a viable option to open up those doors in any way, shape, or form, or do away with that controlled access, which we feel is balanced. Again, balancing out people's right to come to City Hall, we get that, and balancing out security. And that's the key, and I think we really have a good balance up there, and and we really don't feel that it would be safe or prudent in today's world to change that. But that's our opinion.
And you were talking about, could you put them on doors? Yeah, but the cost is going to be for every door in here, number one. Number two is you better hope they're not propped open because they're going in and out. Number three is that you push a button downstairs and that person's in the hallway and it locks and they can't get back in. Now they have nowhere to run, hide, fight, other than they're going to have to fight because there's nowhere to run if they're up at the stairs and they're coming up the stairs and there's nowhere to hide if you're locking all those doors. And back to the glass ones, not even so much shooting through them, because some people understand the difference in cover and concealment, but that was one of the things we looked at because it's a historical building. I said, well, how about doing these doors? Well, we can't really do them because what I can do is if you lock it, I'm smashing my hand through, open up the door, and I'm in the door. Sure. So again, that's going to be the cost of that. Yeah, you could make all kind of cool stuff happen nowadays with electronics.
That I thought was interesting, Major, in the sense that, say somebody comes to City Hall and they want to go to planning, and they don't have an appointment, and the planning director's in a meeting. They're gonna have to wait anyways.
She's got assistants, yeah, but she's got assistants, so the security guard will do the best that he can.
Yeah, but what he's saying is going to have to wait regardless because he's not available.
Right, from an accessibility standpoint, that's the rub, right? The rub is this is a public space, and it needs to be accessibility to the public servants. And if the person that they're coming to see is occupied anyhow, then they're gonna have to wait anyways.
That's correct.
I'm just saying I thought that was of interest, so thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Major Trill. I was on the board when we had some situations here and we installed this security, and we even did an active shooter training class here with our former board. I know that delay, from what you keep saying, is very, very important. Every five seconds or every 15 seconds, somebody gets shot within 5 minutes. It's you don't want that happening. So if you can delay them, I definitely think that's a must. And I have the trust and your expertise and what you're saying to us, and as well as statistics by the FBI and NYPD. And I don't feel that we need to argue that point. Most of the people coming in probably are business owners going to planning or economic development. We do have citizens, but we've had some incidents and some threats here that our employees take very seriously. And I want them to feel safe, and I feel that what we're doing now is something we've come towards the middle, as you said, Chief, and we do have a waiting area. So I'm definitely against getting rid of the security guard and opening up those doors.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple thoughts. When I was first elected, I was actually stopped by the security guard and was not allowed to go to Bob Robertson's office until he confirmed that I had an appointment with him. So I thought that was kind of funny as a city commissioner. So
We told him to do that. No.
It's initiation. But from that standpoint, though, when I walk into City Hall from the front door, I mean, I have the privilege of having a badge so I could swipe in and come in side doors anytime. It is not a very welcoming picture when you walk in the front, and it's a narrow hallway. I believe the door to the planning department where the waiting room is not propped open generally when you walk in as well. And I completely hear these statistics, and I support the safety of our employees. And I support the safety of the people that are here at City Hall at all times. But I do have to lean on Commissioner Donovan's question to bring up to say this is a taxpayer-supported building. We have a lot of city residents and that attended school here, middle school, high school, and those city residents have children or grandchildren that they may want to come show where they went to school, how it's a historic building, but how can they go about doing that? Vice Mayor Terrapini brought up a good point. If you want to have a meeting with Heather or Karen or someone, it's best to have an appointment, and you're going to have to wait regardless if they're going to be waiting because of a meeting anyways. But if they want to come in and tour the building, what are the steps to do that today? I'm not aware of a step to do that today. And we may need to look at, is there an opportunity to involve a staff member to offer that when someone comes in, not necessarily just for an appointment, but they want to see the building. It's only open during public meetings, basically, historic preservation, board of adjustment, city commission meetings, and those aspects. But if there's a way to make it more welcoming when you come in, if it's a way of opening additional doors, I know one side's HR, I think, so that's not going to be opened up. Or maybe there's another area to put HR, and we look at an alternative area and make that left side area that's more open, to where it's open when you walk in, other than just a tight hallway with no additional doors open or anything along those lines. So I would like to pose the question back to Commissioner Donovan, though, is that, do you have any other recommendations, or is there a middle ground based on what you've talked with the police department? What are your ideas in this? Because my idea would be to open up the doors, but it sounds like based on the police department, it's not the wisest decision, because you're eliminating that first barrier. So do you have any other recommendations that you've come after your discussions with the police department?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to clarify that the security guard is still here. And it's not me having a distrust of Chief Cochin or our police department. It's just a different perspective. You know, the police department is all about security, as they should be, whereas we're policymakers that serve the residents. So it's just kind of a different perspective. And again, the security guard's still here. I'm not suggesting that the security guard go away or we get rid of him. I love Tom. I mean, Tom's the nicest guy in the world. I wish he was the security guard all the time. But what it needs to be is, right now there's kind of a disconnect between the residents and our city hall. And kind of the question, again, I hate to go back to it, but it kind of clearly paints a picture of, you know, yeah, we're doing what we think is best for the safety of Tarpon Springs, but at the same time, why is there such an imbalance? Why is it 2 out of 24 cities that actually do what we do and stop those people with a security guard at the front? There's a couple different things that I thought of that we could do. One being move the security guard to the side of the 2 doors that are shut right now. So either move them to the side of the hallway or underneath the picture of Mayor Alahousas out there, right as you walk in. You can even still have a visitor sign-in sheet. But instead of verifying an appointment, he'll just ask you, can I help you where you're going? Can I help you get anywhere? Another option is, like I mentioned before, to have them go into the building and permitting waiting room. We actually have a seated waiting room there. You can just say, hey, let's check on your appointment and have a waiting room there, because right now it's a little bit awkward too. It's just, I'm just standing here waiting around for a phone call to be approved, and if it doesn't get approved, then I'm not allowed in. And actually, it's funny, the same thing that happened to Commissioner Carr happened to me the day after the election. I was going to meet with Mark upstairs, and I was stuck down there for like 20 minutes. But it's more, to me, this is the discussion I want to have. It's not the discussion of whether or not we want a security guard, because the employees feel safer with a security guard. It's feasible for us to do. It's an overall liked thing. I'm all for it. But our city hall didn't used to be set up like this. It's not like we always had a security guard for forever and ever. At the front there, we had one. And what I'd like to see is have one, but don't have him stopping people as they come in. It's possible each department, to reiterate the point of the directories and what other cities use. I mean, the city of Clearwater, up until recently when they did their move, all they had was just a directory up front. They just had literally a map of the building and say, here's where you can go. And each individual office would lead you into each individual assistant or receptionist or office manager or director, where you could either schedule your appointment or, there's a sign up saying, hey, I'm out of the office right now, please go to blank. So I just want to acknowledge that there's other methods out there. It's not either we keep the security there, we keep the delay doors there, or we're completely exposed to an active shooter and there's no other method. I'm open to discussion in terms of what we want that method to be, but I don't think right now it's the best method for the balance of security versus accessibility.
Commissioner Donovan, I hear what you just said, and I agree that we grew up in a different world that was always open, and it was open for many, many years. But we get in many situations lately that it's kind of alarming, and the reason why the guard is there is to stop some of that. If we move the guard all the way in the back and you open the door and you just tell everybody to get in, then it's not what's the reason to have the guard there. It's kind of defeating the purpose. The other thing is, are we willing to compromise safety of the employees and the people that actually do business in the city hall just for convenience? I'm not sure if that's what I want to do. That's a balance we have to do. You just have to make sure that safety is very important to us. And I received some phone calls that were not very pleasant, and that's the reason why we got the plaster seal there, because to make sure that Trish, who works there, is safe. The same thing with the city clerk. I'm sure Ms. Jacobs has some stories that she can share with you that she gets daily. I'm not going to ask her to do that, but when you get a chance tomorrow or the next day, stop by, and she can show you some of these things that she's receiving daily.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, and as the mayor said, we live in a different world, but we've been here when we just made this decision because there were reasons we made it, and our employees appreciate it. I think the delay factor is just very important, and so having those doors closed, giving the police department and our staff a way to figure out what to do until the police arrive, I think is very important. We did talk, Chief, today about even our security officer having some type of warning button, like the banks do, or that somehow lets the police department know, or the city staff know that there's danger. And I don't know. We talked about it, but I don't know if that's possible. Or not.
Tom, does he have anything like that up front? I mean, I don't want to get into too much of the.
What was that?
Correct. Let's discuss that in private.
The thing.
Okay.
The thing with the cities, Commissioner Donovan talks about, the key element here, though, is still there's delay. You cannot walk in most city halls or county buildings, just walk in and there's not a checkpoint, if you will, an area where you have to check in to meet with someone or make your appointment happen. So for the cities that you polled, there were only 2 that were open, correct? That were actually, you could just walk in and go anywhere. I think you had said Madeira Beach and there was one other.
No, there's a couple that, I mean, even Bel Air, I believe it's Bel Air Beach and Bel Air Bluffs, they actually just share a city hall.
Right.
So for some of the smaller ones, you're able to just walk
Right.
into. And
But
you
all
got
the
a-
other ones were,
you
at
got a
least there
sign
was
on
some
your
kind of
face.
access point, correct?
Not all of them. Like Clearwater, up until they had to move because their building is getting changed. Clearwater was the same way. You would just walk in.
But
So it's not just the small cities.
But it was walking into a place that had a door locked behind it, so you couldn't get in there.
No.
I had that issue with Clearwater about maybe 5 or 6 months ago. I walked in and there was someone that greeted me at the desk, but I couldn't get past her until I checked in with her. So
You might have been. Were you at their Clearwater City Hall? Or were you at the? You might have been, because they have another building that has a lot of city
it
staff.
was for
at it,
building
too.
and permitting, so I'm not sure if it was City Hall or, I mean, it was there to get a permit, but
Their city hall right by, within like a stone's throw of the county building, I worked in for a little bit, and it was completely open. You just go up to your own individual assistants or receptionists.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll reiterate, we think we have a good balance between people coming in and getting where they need to go, and then the safety of employees. You need, to limit access nowadays, and that's the key. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I get that it's tough. It's really hard to get back that freedom once you move towards security. It's tough to strip down, I guess the delay factor, because, God forbid if anything were to ever happen, they would immediately point to this meeting and they'd say, look what just happened. But I'm not trying to take out security. I'm not trying to take out the walls. I'm not trying to unlock all the doors. I'm not trying to fire the security guard. All I'm trying to do is make it more accessible for our residents. And I think it's just kind of being painted as more of a just security versus not having security. Whereas I think we can do better for our residents than being, one of the 2 of the 24 that immediately get stopped by a security guard and say, all right, hang on a second, let's figure this out. I just think we can do better.
If you open the doors, like the mayor said, and I think it's a great point, you defeat the purpose of everything we did. If he stands with open doors, they go right by. Anyone wanting to do harm is right in City Hall, and free to reign. I mean, they have free reign everywhere. That's the problem.
And that's what I was going to say. If we put the security guard beyond the doors, like where you were suggesting, they're already through the doors. Whatever danger is coming towards us, you've defeated the delay in stopping something from happening. So I feel the security guard needs to be where he is, and not beyond the doors, because then, like the chief said, then what's the point?
And again, I mean, God forbid, I don't even want to discuss it, but if something like that were to happen, I just don't know how much of a deterrence it is to have, the unarmed security guard right there with the buzzing for the door as well.
That
right
was my
there.
point to begin with. That's the minor issue. That's the secondary issue. The doors are what deters, what delays them. The security guard can deter them. He can actually physically, if he chose to, delay them. But those doors, if I come in with the intent and begin out there, those doors are going to delay me from getting inside. If I'm delayed 30 seconds to 1 minute, that's 30 seconds to 1 minute that I can get law enforcement here, which our response times are phenomenal to begin with. And then you say you have something like this at City Hall, you watch how many people show up in such a short amount of time. So he comes into the first floor, he's got to go somewhere to find a victim. If it takes him 15 more seconds to go find a victim, I've just wasted 45 seconds to a minute of his time, and I'm now on scene. Now, those doors and that security guard do not stop 100%, says it'll never happen, because if something's smuggled in or something, somehow he defeats that. But if you have the ability to deter them and delay them from getting down to Tom's office, which happens to be down here, and taking him out, well, even if Tom is unfortunately shot and wounded. I won't make you dead in this one. He's shot and wounded, and now he's got to go upstairs. I bought time for law enforcement to get here by him having to force his way through those doors or find a way through those magnetic locked doors to get to here. The secondary issue is the security guard. We keep mentioning security guard and comparing that to other places. Other places might not have a security guard, but they have a lot more reinforced door because they have a newer building that didn't have to go along and come up with ideas in the way to fit a historic district, which a lot of people went to school at. So again, I could make it look really good and have the highest tech locking system, but again, it's going to cost more money, and I might not have been able to do that. And given what we have, this is what we had. So given what we had, that door, to me personally, is more important than who's standing in front of it. Because you did say he's unarmed. He is unarmed. But that door, you're going to have to defeat. If you open the doors and put him there, first of all, he will help deter some of the secondary ones. We talked about the disgruntled employees. He can make a hue and cry to lock down. He might be able to actively engage the shooter in a physical confrontation for the fight process of run, hide, fight. But those doors are what delays him from getting to Tom's office to shoot him and then upstairs to go down the hallway and shoot. That's what I'm saying. So just so there's no misunderstanding, I'm not saying that's the cure-all is having a guy in a uniform out front. That's just part of that, what the city decided to go with for some deterrence, but those doors are more of a deterrence and delay than that person.
Major Creel, thank you. I think we got a couple public comments.
Mike Kuskuda, 623 East Tarpon Avenue. First and foremost, I have a lot of respect for the chief and for Major Trill, you know that. But honestly, chief, it's not a good balance. This is, in the scheme of what you do as commissioners, this may not be important, this particular issue, but it's important because this is a perception that you have out in the community. And this is fact, okay? Most of you know my position with regard to the security guard. Again, I'm not against the security guard. I'm against the way the city has decided to isolate itself from its residents. Whether you believe it or not, you do. The city hall is isolated from the people in this community, okay? It's disenfranchised the taxpayers that the city serves. You may not think so, but they do. The other day, I had a client come to me who had just moved to Tarpon Springs. So he had moved to Tarpon recently, and I quoted him. I asked him how he liked Tarpon so far. He says, you know what, I love it here. But he goes, what's the deal with the city? I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I had some questions about something, and I came to City Hall, and I really didn't feel welcome. I said, what do you mean by that? He said, I was met by somebody, comment, what do you want? Do you have an appointment? Where do you want to go? The person's not available. Just sit in there. And let me ask you a question. If somebody's handicapped, how do they go up the front steps through that door? How do they do that? How do they come into the city hall? If somebody's handicapped.
Come in through the side door.
Okay, but where's the guard?
He goes down and gets them.
Well, how do they know that they've got to come through the side?
Because they ring.
You got to call ahead?
He
You got to
walks
call
down.
ahead if somebody's handicapped? They got to call ahead to open the door?
No, they ring Tommy, will explain it real quick.
They ring the doorbell? All right. Okay. Okay. I sat here for today's commission meeting for about 3-4 hours listening to how we improve Tarpon Springs, how do we make Tarpon Springs more of a welcoming community, how do we, whether it's bringing in people with electric cars, plaques, just inviting them, painting the streets. And it's so contrary to what you feel when you walk in City Hall. I also have been in most city halls, whether from Sarasota County all the way up to Citrus. The access, and I believe St. Pete's the same. It's been a while since I've been in St. Pete, but doing business with the city is different than going in City Hall. This City Hall, you come here to do business. As a person, I come here to do business. Sometimes it's not necessarily see the mayor or the city manager, but to do business. and you've isolated yourself from people, and in my opinion, and the people that have expressed their concern to me, is that sense of isolation in doing business with City Hall, okay? It may not be true, but that's the perception. That's the perception people come when they come walk through those doors. They have to sit there. And if the person they want to see, who may have an appointment, is not at their desk, it's like they're being ignored. If I have a question, I want to ask somebody a question, you know, I have to sit there. Hopefully somebody's in their office, or they may not want to take my phone call. I don't know. But it's perceived that they may not want to deal with me. I don't know. But that's the perception that is out there. I recognize that there's a safety issue. You know, listen, but you have to I deal with disgruntled people all day long. If anybody needs a security guards, it may be attorneys out there, okay? That being said, you got to learn to deal with disgruntled people. You can't lock yourself because there's people that are disgruntled. I understand that. No one's saying, why not station a police officer here at City Hall? That's a better deterrent because he's armed.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
Thank you for your time.
Costa Vaticiotis, 538 West Cedar Street. Mr. Kuskudis is right. When you walk through those entry doors, you leave Tarpon Springs. You probably have access to about 1% of the footprint of the building where you can circulate. I appreciate that building department area being referred to as an interview room or a waiting room. That's the first time I've heard about that. Every time I've come in, when I've not been able to get through to whoever I'm here to see, I've been just simply asked to stand there. Nevertheless, the silver glass drives me nuts. If that's a waiting room, it looks like you're walking into a police station interview room. That's the perception that you get. It's ugly, it's cold, and it's not Tarpon Springs. I don't want to talk about security. That's your business. You're the experts. But there are solutions. You need those doors, fine. Take them out and put glass partitions further away on each side of the in the interior hallway. That would make it look a little more like you have down in Pinellas County when you go up to the commissioner's offices. There's ways of opening it up so when people come in, they feel like they're invited. Not like, I don't know what you would describe it, but it's just simply inconvenient. So basically, I'm not asking you to change anything other than do the same thing, but open that area up, put a glass partition on the inside main hallway on one side, do it the same way on the other. You can lock these access doors. You can put your guard wherever you want to, but you've got this ability to move around a little more and you don't feel like you're claustrophobic. I just wouldn't even understand how a person in a wheelchair or a handicapped person would be able to deal coming in here. So again, my point is the same as Mr. Kuskudis's. It's perception. I think we can do a much better job at what we've got, and at least those are some suggestions to keep what we've got, the same security level, but to provide some more area for people to walk around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank DiDonato, 720 Woodmont Drive. Chief and Mayor, you know, I've known you both since your early days of the force, and what you said here tonight, I truly believe. In fact, Chief, you and I have talked about this very issue before, along with Mark, of course. I agree with you. You gave stats. I think you said 7.2% of government buildings, other than military, were involved. Is that correct? All right. Now, what you didn't tell me was how many middle-sized or lower city halls have been affected. And I guess where I'm going there with you and with all of you is what Mike has said and what Costa said. You guys have sat up there pretty much all night and said and you hear it all the time, people come up here, how unique we are, how special Tarpon is. And I guess maybe we're all spoiled. Maybe that's it. But there's some softening that needs to happen, and I'm not talking about the edge of security. I'm talking about in warmth and feeling better. Now, I think the chief made his point, you made your point real well, Major, and I agree. Don't disagree at all. But I want you two to, as well as the rest of you there, commissioners, to understand our point, because I think we have a valid point. There must be some way to meld our security with a little bit more open friendliness when you walk into City Hall. And we want to be known as the friendly city. Our City Hall should certainly be that same way. One thing you could do, I think, is just 2 words. Up there where the desk is, put help desk. That psychologically, to me, changes a lot of people's attitude when they walk in here. How may I help you? But opening it up in some way, whether it's glass or what it is. But it's never been that way, and all of a sudden it is, and I know we're in different times. But please understand, you pride yourselves on how unique Tarpon is, and you need to pride yourself on how unique its City Hall is as well. And that's enough said.
I'm really disappointed. I was told that the mayor told the city manager to do it to keep me out of City Hall. In listening to all of this, I'm going to tell you my experience. I had some property issues, and I was coming up to see my good friend right here, who is very professional in her job. And each time I came up, the guard there, I said, my name's Anita Protas. I have an appointment in the planning department. Well, is that your material? Let me make sure it's planning material. It's none of his business what I have. May I see your license? What do you want to see my license for? I'm not going to lie and give you another name. I have an appointment. He says, well, let me make sure. That made me feel like an untrustworthy person. I mean, I was shocked. I don't know the man. He needs a job. I don't know if it's the same one you've got today up front, but was very unprofessional. He called one day, I came up here, and Heather had an appointment, and he said, well, she's not there, so you'll have to come back one other day. I said, I have to hand in some information. May I see someone else? He says, no, they're busy. Where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? I came back, called upstairs the city manager, and I wasn't very nice. It was an inconvenience. Came back 3 days later, he asked me again for my license. That's not right. He doesn't need to see my material for the planning department. He doesn't need for me to give him an explanation of what my business is. That's part of your problem right there, and that's what I hear out in the community, and I guarantee you I'm out in the community a lot. I even hear it in the library. I hear it where I go eat. What's happening, Anita, to City Hall? It's cold. Thank you for bringing it up, but we do need to protect the security of our employees. People are crazy, and you never know what could just turn the light bulb in their brain to do something ugly. But I think that's part of the problem, is the presentation that they see when they first come here from the individual who's there. Maybe he needs, instead of a podium, have a desk, a nice area to sit and greet the people. You go down county to the county courthouse, there's the ladies in that big reception area. Can I help you? Where do you need to go? Let me let them know you're coming. That's all. A bit of training or how to deal with the public, I think, will help. Who's ever at the reception desk or at the does not need to read your material, see your license, unless you look like you're a derelict from out in the woods and you have a gun in your hand, or come in and say, well, you can't see that person, they're not there, you'll have to come back another time. You say, let me see if someone else can help you. And I think that's going to open it up a little bit to a little more friendliness. It's the perception that they get from the individual, the first person they see when they come through that door.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I got a comment when you get a second. I've got a comment. Okay. I think there's been some great comments tonight, obviously on both sides. I think there's a good compromise in this aspect as well. I think initially when this was brought forward, how do we do this most economically way? How do we do it the most safest way? And it was lock the front doors, have a security guard there. But at the end of the day, we've got a budget season we're heading towards, and I'd like to propose that the city manager work with the board with this and looking at a more welcoming area, because I agree with the public comments. It's the least welcoming area walking into that front door. You feel like you're walking into an interrogation room. I would agree with those statements completely. I don't know if I would like to see a couple new options as an alternative, if it's moving HR to a different part of the building, and making that more open area there, opening up the waiting room where it's at now, removing part of the wall. If it's a structural wall, then leave the wall and cut an opening to where it's just more open inside. If it's a glass doors inside the hallways and inside City Hall here, I think that really opens it up as well. But I do think Commissioner Donovan's on to something here, bringing it up for discussion. And I think it's something that we should look at as a board, because it is, if you come in that way, I know we don't typically come in that way as commissioners because we have badges to walk in the sides. It is very, very unwelcoming as a city resident. And when I've done that as myself, I did it just to see what it was like as a city resident to walk into the planning department to get a permit for my windows. I wanted to see what the whole step felt like as a resident, and I didn't call ahead or anything along those lines, and it was not the greatest experience from that standpoint. But then I also want to come back to reiterate the importance of customer service training that I brought up in the past to Mark, the city manager, about customer service training in the city clerk's office as well, how important that is to work with these individuals that are working, especially the security guard is the first person you come to. But I would completely support some type of redesign of the front area. I think it's a good compromise of the two, where we have the safety with the measures built in still, but then we'll also have a better welcoming area up front. So I think it's the best of both worlds and a good compromise I'd like to propose.
Well, we heard from the experts and from the citizens, and we had a very good discussion. I think I am coming to the conclusion also that we need to take a look and see if we can make the front door area to be more invited, and also to provide some kind of a training to the guard, so he can be more customer friendly, if you will, without compromising the safety of the employees and the people that are working here and the ones that do business. I say that in a very in a very direct way, because I am involved some of the things that happen in the city hall, and this is not the time to talk about that. But if you would get with Mr. LeCours or Ms. Jacobs, she can actually relay some of the things that I'm talking about. Yes, we need to be more inviting, more, and provide more training, and see what kind of recommendations they can come back with that without compromising the safety. Vice Mayor?
I agree, Mayor.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I'm hearing that we need to be more welcoming. I think maybe people don't even know that there's a waiting area if those doors are always closed. So maybe even have some literature on the wall or somewhere from Tarpon, some of our visitor guides or our brochures or with our events, or something to feel more welcoming. And I don't know what type of training our security guards are getting, but I just feel that maybe they need to be saying, hello, how can I help you, as they come in.
Nice.
I'm not saying he's not. It's just that
extra direction, I think, is going to be very helpful. Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, it seems like it seems like the rebranding of the front area to make it more welcoming might be kind of the middle ground that I guess we're all looking for, making it a warmer, more welcoming area, but also keeping that security intact. So yeah, if we want to relay this to the city manager, then I think this is a good first step forward, and we can come back to it at a later date.
Again, I don't like to repeat myself, but at this time I would, without a compromise in safety. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much. And we go to the item number 16, which is Business Community Spotlight, Commissioner Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I know it's late. I want to go over this real quick. I had some discussions with Mark about this, and he asked that I put it on the agenda item. I do feel that it's important to recognize our business and community members. We have so many great businesses within Tarpon Springs, and that we recognize them publicly up front. A presentation doesn't have to be very long or drawn out, but I use an example of Elo's Boutique. She's a young woman in her mid-20s, I believe, decided to open up a boutique in downtown Tarpon, much different than the antique stores or breweries that are in downtown Tarpon. She took a risk. She's successful. And I think it's good for the city to recognize these business owners throughout Tarpon Springs. Also, it's important to recognize the established families that have been here for many, many years, that have had great businesses that really have defined Tarpon Springs over the years as well. And I think it's important to recognize these individuals throughout Tarpon Springs. So he asked that I put it on as a discussion item to see if the rest of the board was interested in that or not. To me, I think it's a great opportunity to just recognize local businesses and show our support as the Board of Commission and the City of Tarpon Springs that they're here in Tarpon.
Commissioner Carr, I think this is, I think it's very good to recognize the local businesses. And I invited Jean Hungerville, she's the president of the Chamber of Commerce, to come here because I called her the other day. And for the reason for that is because years ago, I don't know, maybe about 5-6 years ago, the Chamber had a program they were recognizing the businesses in town. And they were doing that every other month. I don't know if it was every quarter. Not only they were giving them a certificate, but also they were giving them a yard sign. So they placed in front of the store. You probably remember that. Beautification award. So that program, if we can bring it back with the Chamber of Commerce, I think that's going to be very beneficial to the chamber as well, because they're going to, get more members to the chamber. Plus, they get noticed. And
I think it's good too not to focus just on the chamber itself. You guys are an integral part of our community, but it would be a business that's not only part of the Chamber of Commerce, but also part of Tarpon Springs, because a business may choose not to be a part of the Chamber of Commerce, and then they wouldn't be able to be recognized. So I think we want to make sure that we're not only opening it to the Chamber of Commerce, and has nothing, I'm not speaking anything about Chamber of Commerce in this situation, but I want to make sure that we're recognizing the businesses that are in town as a whole. So, and someone that does something different, not just because they're here or because they've been here for so long, etc., but they're doing something different and making the town a special place.
The only thing that it comes to mind is if by doing that, we're going to have to set some kind of a criteria and how can we be fair to all the businesses. That's another thought. And by keeping it to Chamber of Commerce, who's working with the Merchant Association and work with that, and I think it's going to come. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just a little bit more history on some of the beautification awards that you referenced, Mayor. My recollection is they went out to all businesses that were worthy of the notation. You didn't have to be a chamber member to receive an award. So my thinking is maybe it would help with chamber membership as well, because if the chamber recognized a person who wasn't a chamber member, and then that led to a chamber membership. So that might be a twofold thing. I understand what the mayor's saying in terms of kind of having a third party help with the awards, in terms of the city not having to have a set criteria and leaving that to the chamber, or we could continue to stay as involved in the award process or recognition process as you envision, Commissioner. I don't know how what all we can contribute other than the public opportunity to recognize them. Maybe a few funds specifically for some recognition efforts. But I think it's a good idea, and I support it.
I have to respectfully disagree. I'm affiliated with 3 businesses in town and know what business owners go through as far as opening a business. It's always taking a risk. I think that the city should be neutral in supporting particular businesses. I think we need to support all business. And spotlighting particular businesses would be subjective, I think. And what criteria would we use for deciding on which business. I think that would open up a whole can of worms with businesses fighting with each other. Why didn't I get picked? And, why didn't I get picked? I have nothing against Ella's, but, you define a unique business. I think all business owners probably feel that they are unique. And they have taken a risk because it is a risk to open a business. There's 80% failure rate in opening businesses, so not many, succeed. But I just feel that, there would be, like I said, opening a can of worms. We currently have a process with the chamber where we recognize businesses of the year. In fact, they had their last Tuesday. They had their presentation to businesses of the year and non-for-profit business, and we already have that criteria. There's a nomination process and an application process and judging based on the criteria that you have to follow with the application. So I don't feel that we should be deciding what businesses are unique and what businesses we should be recognizing just because I think that's just too subjective. I mean, because I like this business, I would, recognize them. I feel the same way about students we recognize. When I was a counselor at Tarpon High, I could have thought of dozens of students that needed recognition or should have had recognition, but just bringing one of them out and recognizing them by this board, I don't think is fair to others who may deserve it and wonder why they weren't picked. So unless you have some kind of objective criteria, I don't believe that's a good idea. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea. I think it's very minimal cost to the city with maximum to gain for our local businesses. I think we really need to work on sending a more clear, direct message to our business owners. Because kind of the argument of it's all subjective, somebody's going to get left out, the city can't make those kind of, decisions by playing favorites and that sort of thing is similar to the discussions that we had in the past couple weeks when I brought up the commercial criteria, where the city spotlighted a few local businesses to have, their own restaurant featured on the commercial, and the city did it without really any basis of criteria. So I think what we should do going forward is have the criteria for businesses that are being featured. And, our Chamber of Commerce does a fantastic job of connecting with businesses and awarding businesses. But why not? I mean, the more businesses we can feature and recognize, the merrier. I'm all for the city starting some type of reward or award process like this. And I know you mentioned that the chamber actually already has their own criteria and that sort of thing for those awards. Maybe we can take a look at it and just model some of the city criteria off of it. Something else I think mentioned in the email was the different districts, the sponge docks, downtown, that sort of thing. I mean, there's a lot of different ways we can feature each district. We could have it rotate, on like a quarterly basis and feature a different business or something along those lines. But as long as there's a clear nomination, application, criteria, something along those lines that we're sticking to for our marketing campaigns where we feature people in commercials and for our awards, hopefully that we're given to successful businesses here in town. I think as long as we're sticking to criteria, then there's no reason why we shouldn't do it. It's just an opportunity to recognize and appreciate a local business.
I'd like to hear from the public.
Mike Uskuda, 623 East Tarpon Avenue. It sounds good, but the problem is you'd have a city trying to do the same thing that the chamber does. And I don't know if you need two competing entities trying to do the same thing. I will tell you this, that when they did the signs as far as the beautification awards, that worked. That worked. I saw people actually taking pride in the front of their offices. As a matter of fact, I got a little bit peeved. My brother planted 3 plants and he got an award, and I had a lot of money invested in landscaping, and they like passed me by. But nevertheless, so it made a difference to me, the beautification. And where you want to recognize a business, and I agree, businesses go under all the time. People start businesses. It's really tough to try to run a business on your own. Work on Monday, make sure everybody gets a paycheck on Friday, and you get to take what's left over. And some of us are better at it than others. But I will tell you that one of the things that we need to do is look at, and you saw a marked improvement in the beautification of the city when you did something like that. And I'm not trying to go back to say, okay, do beautification as opposed to business of the year. But again, you don't want to have two competing organizations, whether it's city competing with the chamber as to who's the business of the year. It's just too much. You know, you let the chamber do it. Maybe the chamber needs to broaden I don't know what their criteria is, but broaden their criteria to be not only chamber membered businesses, but non-chamber membered businesses. And like Commissioner Terrapini said, I think you would encourage those businesses to ultimately join the chamber, and I think that's what it's about. Thank you.
I'm really glad I came tonight. This is as good as Saturday Night Live. But I agree with Commissioner Saver. You are an elected official to run the structure, the government, take care of the city. You start doing this, it's not a vote getter. You're going to alienate people, you're going to alienate businesses, and you're going to hurt yourself. It's not a function of the city or the city commission to do this with businesses. We should support the chamber, work with them and let them do it, and then you have no problems. I'm going to tell you, you take hold of this, you're going to have problems down the road. It's nothing that you are supposed to get involved in. As a commissioner, y'all can do what y'all want, but it's not a good program to get involved in because our town has too many businesses and people are trying to make a living, and you're going to alienate one against the other, and it's going to hurt. Think hard about it.
Coast of Vaticiotis, 538 West Cedar Street. I'm a big believer in supporting our businesses. Without the businesses, people would probably move elsewhere. So I think that they're very important. I also think there should be a little more coordination between ourselves and the Chamber of Commerce. I was a little disappointed when we had the workshop the other night and the Chamber had its awards celebration the same evening as well. It began at 5:30 or 5, I believe, and the workshop began at 5:30, so I had to excuse myself a little early. But I don't think there's anything wrong. There was an instance not too long ago where there's a young woman who just expanded her business in town, and I think she wanted to introduce it to the commission. I don't think there's anything wrong with inviting a business to come and introduce itself. Even if they can do that at public work. There were public comments at the very beginning. They have the right to do that. So I would invite them to come as a minimum. I think that at least acknowledges them, gives them an opportunity to see all of you at one time, and gives them 4 minutes worth of describing their business and what they do. But I really think that we do need to get a little more together with the businesses, communicate a little better, and just do a little more coordination. I'm not sure about the city. I'm not quite following the awards or acknowledgments other than just simply businesses introducing themselves. I think that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Dean?
Jean Hungeveld, Tarpon Springs Chamber of Commerce, President and CEO. You've all made some very good points tonight, and I thank you for your interest. I'm sorry that you weren't able to be here for the meeting that we had for the awards banquet on Tuesday. It was fantastic. It was one of the largest events that we had. We had 75 people and filled the Tuscan Sun. Everyone had a terrific time, and everyone was kind of surprised over who was awarded. When you're talking about criteria, I like the commissioner's recommendation that we award businesses, but I think what you don't quite understand is what it takes to go into awarding and putting this together. It takes about 3 months from start until the event to really make this something worthwhile. I would hate to see us go into having an award every month, business of the month, business of the quarter. How do you determine, or is it, whose turn is it next? It sort of cheapens the award. It reminds me of some of the things that have happened in the last few years of giving athletes a trophy for 11th best. And that's, I don't think we want to get into that. The criteria that we're using, just to quickly run over them, mission and stability of business and business practices. And we look hard at that. How long has this been in business and what have they contributed? Innovation of product or the service offered, active member of the community, the Tarpon Springs community, and leadership role of the owner and or staff in civic activities. And then gives generously of themselves and or staff in time and resources to the community of Tarpon Springs and or the chamber. The nominees must be a member of the Tarpon Springs Chamber of Commerce because we are a membership-driven organization, and by charter, I am required to support my members. But this also attracts other people to want to be a member of the chamber. We categorize it by small, medium, large, and nonprofit. Depends on the number of employees. Just to give you a little bit of an overview of how this has all been put together. It used to be a lot more complicated. It's much been simplified in the last couple of years that I've been here. But again, it takes 3 months to put this out, get the nominations, go through them several different times, and come up with the awards. I'll be glad to answer any questions if anybody has any. Or I'll be glad to work with you on something. The Beautification Award, which is what I think you are all remembering, is a committee of the chamber, and I did find a little bit of history on that. That was for, as Mike was saying, getting the outside of the building looking lovely and putting that kind of thing together.
Is this something can you bring back, or?
Possibly. I'm the only full-time staff member there, but I will see what I can do.
Is there any way that you can develop a program to promote and to give more exposure to the business?
Well, that's one of the things that we do, because monthly we have our luncheons and we have our business. Every Wednesday we have something going on, and it is to promote businesses. First of all, we're have a breakfast where we network, and we're promoting the Copenhagen, which is a small father-daughter business. The second Wednesday of the month, we focus on a particular business for a mixer. The third Wednesday of the month, we focus on a business where we will be promoting that business to have the luncheon there, as well as have a speaker who is another one of our businesses. The fourth Wednesday of the month, then, is just plain old happy hour, but it's always at a business. So that's how many businesses we sponsor and support and promote every single month. We are now in the process of getting involved with a young professionals group that we'll be adding 2 more events a month, and I'm right now looking at talking with Silver King and Reload, because young professionals combining with our sister chambers in Northern Pinellas, because we need to have a larger group, and promoting different types of businesses on a different night. So we spend a lot of business equity all year, or all month, excuse me.
I think Commissioner Stieber has a question.
Well, yes, I'm sorry I missed that meeting last Tuesday too, because our women's club won Nonprofit Business of the Year, and I would have loved to have
Well
been there to
deserved.
support them.
Long time coming.
But I was on the committee, the beautification committee, back when, and I thought it was a great way to have businesses take pride in the look of their buildings, and it did make a difference, I think, in the city. So I would love to see that come back. But
Okay.
I know that you're the only full-time person, and we'd have to form another committee.
We'll form another committee. We're forming a health committee now, something. So that's one of the things that, let's you and I talk about that, and you can give me some of the history, because there's not much history that I'm finding in the records there.
But businesses need to also be proactive and reach out to the chamber, reach out to the Merchants Association. There are many ways for them to be recognized and to have the socials and the breakfasts and the other events that you do. And I have to agree with Mr. Kuskudis and Anita that it is not our role to recognize businesses. Like I said, it would open up a can of worms that we wouldn't want to see. And I disagree with doing that. So you do need to get more involved with the chamber or the Merchants Association if you're a business owner.
Okay. And are all of you getting our email blast? That newsletter comes out on Monday at 1 o'clock, and then usually there's a couple of email blasts a day. Everyone should be getting. I've double-checked every email with Trish, and everybody's on the list.
Okay. Don't go away, buddy, because I need to ask to extend the time. It's 10:52. Do I have a motion to extend the time?
To adjourn
You move to adjourn
at 11.
at 11 o'clock?
I second.
Okay. So we have 8 minutes. Commissioner Cole, you have any questions?
I just want to bring up a quick summary. It sounded like there's more of a consensus on the board to work with the chamber. I think it's a good idea if there's an opportunity to work with the merchants associations as well. Again, this is just an acknowledgement. It's not an award, business of the year, trophy, good job, you're in business, let's give you a trophy, participation award. It's just saying from a standpoint that the city really, in my view, does not work with the chamber very much at all. Here's an opportunity to work more hand in hand with the chamber and the city hall to be more active and be seen better. And this is it. So it seems like the mayor, vice mayor, and one of the other commissioners thought it was a good idea to work with the chamber. I would support that as well, working with the chamber and acknowledging businesses some way. I think that's a good opportunity for the chamber to work with city in this front, and if you welcome it, I would greatly welcome that as well too.
Okay. Any other questions? We've got 7 minutes.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. Would it be possible maybe to come back to this at some point with criteria developed? Because it's only not the city's business if the city can't justify it. So if we could develop some sort of criteria for the award and say, here's why this business won in writing. They met this criteria, this criteria, this criteria. Maybe even have a panel of judges that aren't commissioners or something like that. I just think maybe this is something that we don't have to give up on just yet if we can actually come with more information and justify it.
I will not support that. I will give the function to the team.
And we have consensus on that?
Huh?
I would like for the city to work with the chamber in this aspect together somehow. I mean, that's the opportunity for the city and the chamber to work together somehow.
Let's not forget, we got Ms. Lemon, that she is the economic development expert that she's working with her. So we're doing that already.
So to be clear, as a city commissioner, I have no idea what the city does with the chamber ever. And to be clear also, I mean, from a working relationship, I wasn't invited to the chamber function also. So my perspective, I don't think there's a great working relationship. I could be wrong, and I know it's late, but I'm not saying it's your fault, my fault, or anyone's fault. I said I think there's an opportunity to increase our relationship as a chamber and city to help strengthen the chamber and help strengthen the relationship. So if there's things going on, I'm unaware as a commissioner that any of it's going on. To be honest.
Would you please put the BOC on your mailing list so we all get the notification?
Everyone is on there except for one individual who has unsubscribed.
There's a difference between getting spam mail on a weekly basis and getting an individual invite to a meeting or information. So I could clarify that later on if you'd like. But there's a much like I said. I would support this as a further conversation in another meeting. Maybe it's a workshop discussion at some point that we have as well. So.
I have a consensus for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have 5 minutes left, but you probably already know that Mr. Liqueurs lost his mom, so I want to extend my deepest condolences to Mr. Mark Liqueurs and his family for passing to his mother. Maybe her memory be eternal. Any other comments?
No, were you going to mention some of the new businesses that opened? Like we have some new businesses that open on Athens Street that I'm really, really happy about because we've had so many businesses close on Athens, like 9 or 10, and now we're starting to have some development on Athens Street, so I'm excited about that.
Good. I don't have that information. The only information that I have is the Edwards Jones has a grand opening coming up soon. That's the only
Yeah,
thing
I don't know if Karen, if you want to come up and say there's a frozen yogurt store, a music store.
There are 3 new businesses opening. 2 are open already, Tarpon Strings, which is musical instruments and musical lessons, and then Feel the Chill, which is a yogurt, smoothie, ice cream store, and then there's a new brewery that's in the planning stages now and working through the permitting process. They're going into the building right next door to Costa's restaurant, and that's called Five Branches. The people that own it are part of the military, so they're trying to work through some permitting on there. So, yeah, we're real happy about those new businesses.
Anyone? Get 2 minutes.
Yeah, just in the future, I don't like adjourning the meeting right at 11 if we might have more to discuss. I feel like there's 2 regular session meetings a month. We got to find a way to make it work and get all the comments in. I know I got to keep it really brief, so I guess I'll just stop now. But just in the future, we only have so many of these meetings, and I just want to make sure we get everything out on the table while we're here.
This is why I asked for motion to extend the time, and it was not.
Vote on the motion, Mayor.
Huh?
Vote on the motion.
Yeah. We got first and second. Roll call.
Commissioner Donovan,
No.
you don't want to extend the meeting?
Oh, I did want to extend the
Motion
meeting.
was
I was saying
To
no
not
to the motion
extend
it.
to end the meeting. Yeah.
Commissioner Carr? Commissioner Sieber?
No, I feel like we could do what we do in 4.5 hours. I don't think our viewers are staying up for 4.5 hours to watch this meeting. So I just feel 4.5 hours is enough time
So you vote yes to end the meeting.
to extend the time to 11 o'clock, yes.
No, the motion was to end the meeting, not extend the time.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The meeting says yes, right?
Yes to end the meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Terrapini?
Yes.
Mayor Alahouzes?
Yes. I guess it is too late. Well, that concludes the regular session. It's adjourned at 10:58 p.m.
Some notes. I don't know if they're legible, but this is what I was going to talk to you about. Assign with,
Good night.
And that's it?
Sign.
That's maybe it?
Rob Eschenfelder, my associate, is the one that drafted the
I saw
sign
you
code.
got up. I thought
He is
this
the
is
one that's
it.
going to be discussing the sign code. I will not be at that meeting. He's the one that drafted it, and he'll basically tell you. You can sign the temporary signs, and they're regulated by the temporary sign ordinance.
Okay.
So, and some cities, when they go to look at the sign ordinance on how they're going to approve it or not going to approve it, they have two
I just do the
things
business.
to address.
We've already talked about it, not because they don't like my answers, they don't have to like my answers.
A-frame signs.
So what was it?
A-frame signs. They allowed it as long as they were.
That's because I can't see, I'm 49 years old, my reading vision is
I have an
only
issue with A-frames too.
The city of Bel Air Bluffs was